Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And welcome each and all to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for June 23rd, 2024. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Gorick, and along with each and every one of the participants who are here, whether you're in the matter state or you're in the dimension of energy. And I'll be repeating this phrase, the foundation, Mr. Keshe, is opening up the mystery of the matter state of entity to its energies. And this is what these transmutation and many other things that we've been talking about. Apparently, all these years, we thought it was the gas reactors, we thought it was the GANs, but actually we're the target. And I think it's becoming clearer and clearer about using our own reactors. And as he said, for this transmutation and transportation, try to move away from the GANs. He said the transportation and transmutation will become much easier. And again, it was just to show you that matter state has energy within it. That's all. As he said, a number of different locations. We're just trying to show you the energy transfer, or that matter state, as he said in this workshop, has energy. But now it's your internal reactors that we're starting to play with and getting opened up, this mystery of the matter state of entity to its energies. But before we go any further, and maybe we'll hear from a few people who were in the transmutation preparation sessions. The next one will be the actual transmutation. But let's go to our World Peace Treaty so that we all start out on the right page in a way in inner calmness and peace in so many ways. That's why I'm bringing this, that we all start with that sort of frame of mind. Would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? This is going to become quite a popular document. And again, I'm sure you'll never see anything written when you go into space. Alex likes to say you can sign it with a pen, but you can also sign it with the pen of your heart or the pen of your soul. World Peace Treaty, which can be found on the Keshe Foundation. You can display it, you can hand it out, you can trigger someone to think about their position, and actually they can become an active part of this peace process. But how? And we'll talk about that a little bit more later when we create this Dome of Peace. So the World Peace Treaty, we, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with our, and you can delete as appropriate, my nation, my territory, my council, my religion, the city, the town, a body, a soul. Simply put your name, signature, date, position held. We've all been through this a number of times as far as reviewing this document. On behalf of, again, my nation, my territory, my council, my religion, my city, my town, or as an individual. Have it witnessed, which I think it'll make a big effect on the witness that, wow, I actually witnessed a peace treaty. And after signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos or the way you behave in a way to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. As we know, the Creator sits in everything, in the dimensions that we can see and in the dimensions we can't see. It was all came from one ray released by the Creator, these Creator rays. But this is a document, and as you can see, it seems day by day this is needed more and more, but it's probably been needed as much in times of peaceful condition on this planet as it is now in this saber rattling that's going on. And the only way to reach these individuals and the people who operate the structure from behind the curtains is through our souls, through our energies in so many ways, or what they call in space the center or the triangle and the rest of it. We'd never be able to approach any leaders in the physicality dimension, but we have an instant connection through the level of the soul interaction. And of course, this is how you become an active participant in bringing the peace forward, among other things, but especially using the souls collectively to bring the change. In this way, it's not magic. It was actually done by, as Mr. Keshe said, if Christ could reach 1 or 2 billion, maybe a million of us can affect this change on the energy level. And we'll see the manifestation in the matter state. And this is what he seems to be opening up in all these teachings, is your energies, your inner abilities to create, to travel, to bring wellness, energy, and so many other things, feeding yourself, for example, all done with your own reactors that are perfectly created and set in a way by the Creator, which of course we know is your soul. So this document will be signed by world leaders. It'll be signed by, and maybe some of them have secretly signed it in the background, although they don't want anyone else to know. And or they've gone through their own soul and they are wishing for peace, even though their actions at this point may not point in that direction. But slowly, step by step, we're bringing this process into place, and Iran in the next conference will be an instrumental part of this whole process. Anyone want to make any comments on this document? or the idea of bringing the peace, and you are the people the planet has been waiting for to usher this in. Of course, there's going to be systems and other things, and what Mr. Keshe seems to be focusing on right now is this transmutation process. I know he's working in the backgrounds to bring the borders down, and definitely the demonstration of transmutation, physical movement of the soul into a new location will definitely embed this into the consciousness of the world leaders. And this will start in Iran. We'll see how far it goes. The next conference is Washington, and I don't think it's been announced. It's been announced possibly other locations, Nassau in the Bahamas perhaps, and another of others. But this is to show the governments and the nationals what technology is on the table. But this will certainly, as we saw with the Chinese scientists and politicians and diplomats, they were quite baffled just seeing the creation of materials out of the fields, or basically what we would call out of thin air. So I'm sure this has been embedded within their structure already, and I'm sure it's created a lot of talk. They may not know how to replicate it, and but they've certainly confirmed the technology works, and perhaps we'll see that again demonstrated in Isfahan, if I'm pronouncing it correctly. If there's no comments on this, I think we should go and to the Keshe Foundation store and see some of the latest offers that are in the store, which one of them is the continuation of the transmutation sessions here. And let's just see if this has been updated. No, not yet. I think the new one, or I don't know why my store is not updated. The transmutation sessions. These will go to 600 plus value added tax, and this will start in July, August, September, and October, which these will be very short sessions. We can hear Mr. Keshe actually explain that. But a lot of what has been voiced to us in the last Knowledge Seekers Workshop is about seeing the light. And again, is it a physical light that you see with your physicality, or are we opening up the eye of the soul to see enlightenment or to experience enlightenment just by interacting with energies? Again, we're just sort of opening this up in so many ways, and I don't know if anyone would like to share anything about these transmutation preparation sessions, which will go into totally transmutation sessions, which these will be much shorter. Let's just see if we can find that. Okay, here, no, that's not the one I'm looking for. I think it had a different background. But anyway, it's here, newly released products. Yeah, here we go. Okay, I should have clicked on that first. This is the transmutation tests that are coming up. These are going to be only 2-hour sessions. I know I stayed in the last session about 10 hours from 3 in the morning till about 1 p.m. in the afternoon. And again, I think I've had everything hooked up right. I did have some experiences, but as Mr. Keshe said, try not to fall asleep. And of course, I broke that rule where I fell asleep twice, and actually my phone ran out of power twice. One time I recharged it and only to 10%. So we got back into the session again, but I definitely missed some of the details at the end where he was instructing about creating this sun, try to see the sun, and then hopefully you can create a second sun, but I missed a bit of that. Anyone want to add their experiences? I did see some, what I would call images of 2 suns together, and this was before he even mentioned about trying to create the second sun, and then you're ready to go, or a second light. But really, it's enlightenment you're trying to interact with, as I'm understanding it, not so much a physical light. And he explained this, when you're in the center of the universe or something, there's no real light to focus on. So I don't think it's a physical light, but it's a process of enlightenment. And this is the initial stages. It's just being opened up, but I had some interesting experiences, as everyone does. I think each person has individual things that they may see or feel or experience, and it all depends on how you interpret it. But this idea of transmutation is the part of the technology that's going to begin to break the borders down, as the world leaders are understanding that the human structure has these capabilities of moving, and we can't be held here on this planet or anywhere in the space. But this planet will become the oyster. As Mr. Keshe said about space, if you're there to serve, the universe becomes the oyster. Once you do the transmutation of this planet, because of the conditions there, you will manifest as another man if you'd like to. You may have a different culture, different look, but it'll be the same soul, and you'll still be a man with 2 arms and 2 legs and a head to manifest. But you can move across this planet instantaneously. As he said, why buy a $10 million flat in London when you can live on one of the most beautiful islands, the most gorgeous scenery, and appear in London within 5 minutes, do your job, and then go back. So there'll be no need to pay these huge, and Manhattan is not far from me as well, and I know the property values are just ungodly for most people. So, okay, keep your prices or whatever, but if people can start to move, there'll be no need to have these very expensive $50 million condos and the rest of it, where you can live in not a so congested place, but live in anywhere you want and try different locations and then move within minutes to another location. And of course, this would apply to incarceration as well. Not to the ones that are perhaps incarcerated now, but realizing that if you were incarcerated, you can actually move yourself out of that position and change your map location. So this whole idea will probably, but again, this is a process that may take a number of years or even decades to accomplish. But we're sort of pioneers in this process, and anyone who's going through these tests is basically to show the world leaders what can be done. There'll be systems in Iran to support it. What can be done and what's on the card with the Keshe Foundation, that the borders get dissolved. And as Mr. Keshe said, I know our southern border is basically open now, millions of people coming. He mentioned Germany, no passports, they're just moving from one nation to the other. So we're already in a way there, but not through the transmutation. People are just physically crossing the borders. But now we'll be actually flying over the borders in so many ways. Anyone want to say anything about their transmutation experience? I see a few people who were there, and maybe you'd like to share an aspect. I'm not asking you to share anything, and we're not putting you on the spot. That, again, these can be quite personal, and experiences may not want to be shared in public, which is fine as well. But if anyone has something they'd like to share, I see 2 mics have come open, 3 mics. No, let's see, 2 mics. But go ahead, whoever'd like to start first, or Roald.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about the open borders. There's a lot of controversy about open borders. And I think we need to add that with the Keshe technology, any of the emotional imbalances that people bring with them potentially across the borders can be healed, so that we don't have like crime outbreaks and things like that often seem to be associated with immigrants, at least with certain kinds of drugs and stuff like that. In Germany, there have been lots of gang rapes in public transportation and things like that were all related to immigrants that were undocumented mostly. So
yeah, it does seem like they'll still be wanting to cross borders physically, But we're
Right.
talking about people who can do a transmutation, being on one corner of the globe
But
to the
yeah,
other.
but what I mean to say is that those kinds of things can be healed also. And then we don't have to worry about an increase in crime on the physical level.
Mhm, mhm.
That's all.
Okay. Anyone else like to share an aspect or some of their
Yeah,
experiences?
I
Yes,
just wanted to ask So are you saying that even the fact that people are transmuting, in a way, they will be, if you feel peace, they'll be spreading it all around.
Right,
Yeah,
exactly.
okay. Yeah, thanks.
Because in today's world, we hear all the bad news, and there is a lot of bad news in the physical world. But if we go with Keshe, and then this doesn't have to be that way. It'll be different.
and I know a lot of these people are not what you call refugees or something else someone was telling me, but when you don't have a future in your country and there's very little food to eat, your children cannot get an education, very little health care unless you're at the top 5 or 10 or 20% of the population. I don't blame anyone for moving to a better map location. I would certainly do it.
Yeah, I don't either, but I
Yep.
do have a problem with people stabbing and killing and raping and stuff like that. That I have a problem with.
Mm.
So,
Yeah.
and the vast majority of what is reported in Germany is all the illegal immigrants, but they don't come in when a plasmatic level or with a healed situation. They come in with revenge and stuff like that,
Well, think about what these immigrants go through. And majority of them are women and kids.
They are
How are they
not.
supposed to be the ones that
They are
turn
not
around to
women and
stab?
children. They
No,
are
no.
not women and children.
Well,
They're
most
mostly military-aged young men that come.
not no. Okay, well, they're still kids. Some of them are grown babies. I'm not saying they're not adults, but what I'm trying to tell you, I'm in California, and I see some of my workers are Mexicans, and I see what they go through. Now, most of these things out there is all fallacies. They just made it up to make it seem like the immigrants are the one doing it. They're engineered. I'm not saying they're not some bad elements, but most people are moving for a better pasture. They're not supposed to come in and then start disobeying the law. They want to assimilate. They are in hiding. It's common sense. Why would someone boldly come out and start doing harm, knowing that they are illegal? So we gotta apply common sense to some of these stories. Some of them are false narrative, and they actually engineer people to do that so that the narrative will seem that way.
Yeah.
That's just my take on it.
Yeah, right. I just am familiar with what's going on in Germany, and there's a lot of major problems.
Yeah,
major problems.
It's hard to give them the angel test. They're coming in. Are you a bad person or are you an angel? I know.
Yeah, right.
I know what you're saying. It seems like it's happening across the board. It's happening in Europe. It's happening in Canada, the United States, and the rest of it. So these borders are coming down in so many ways. Mr. Keshe explained that. You used to have money for Spain in your pocket, and then you'd go to Germany, you'd need German money, and then you'd go somewhere else and you need a different sort of coin and the rest of it. But these things are breaking down slowly. And right now, the major majority obviously are moving because of war, famine, or just economic conditions that are, for most of us, are unsurvivable. You live a shorter, miserable life, so why not try and get somewhere? But I think they don't really want to be in another country if their country was providing the conditions that they could survive there. I don't think they would move. But that is not happening.
There's a lot more to it, but I think if it's hand in hand with the healing that the Keshe technology provides, then it is wonderful. But if it is not, then it's not.
Okay. Anyone else want to share anything about their experience going through these sessions?
Yeah, can I maybe share something?
Whatever you'd like,
Maybe.
yeah. Mhm.
So Friday was my first time going into the system, and uh, well, I had like a lot of preparation before that on also like the spiritual path and a lot of confirmation that I should be there. And for me, I also felt like I fell asleep a lot. um, because I don't know how it should feel, right? So, and I fell asleep a lot and I dreamt, and I also had one crazy long lucid dream, and then I was like, okay, maybe that's it.
Mhm. Mhm.
And the good thing is, from my spiritual experience and talking with my soul actually, and with yeah, well, like that. So, and then I got the confirmation that I actually didn't sleep, but that I was of actually my soul of the man was learning how to transmute. So he was learning how to do it. Um, but if I did not have that confirmation, I would have thought that I have slept the whole time, because I was always also sitting for 10 hours in the chair, and yeah, just felt like falling asleep and dreaming. And if I didn't have the confirmations I had after, I would have thought I've slept as well. So maybe um, I asked also, did did we get out of it what we wanted to get out of it? And it was a yes. And then I asked, well, did I do good? And then the soul said, no, your intentions could have been stronger and better. So I learned as well. But what I wanted to say is that maybe it feels like sleeping, but it wasn't sleeping, because I also checked later after going to sleep for real that did I sleep and dream? Yes, you did sleep, and it's just different. So yeah, I like to share that.
And
Very,
Raul,
very nice.
did you remember your dreams?
Well, not all of them,
But some,
but some. Yeah, it was the first
well, isn't
one
that
I had.
part of the transmutation where you, like, for example, if we go to the moon, we are still awake or lying on the bed or whatever, and we're able to see the other, but our body is still with us. That's part of it. If you're able to, you're aware somehow.
Yeah, so that's what I think slash know as well, that I was dreaming, but dreaming is the astral travel as well. But I
Ah,
didn't fall asleep. So
so you were
yeah,
there.
I was
So
there. I
that
was
was your
the
first time.
was my first time, yeah, and
And how would you give it if we go on the system of thumbs up, let's say? Was it one thumb
I
up, two thumbs up, or thumbs down?
ooh, that's a good question. Yeah, thumbs up. Yeah, because it was different, and especially I think the confirmation after and also during, because I checked my soul also during. I was like, okay, am I sleeping? No, we're doing good work. We're learning. My soul has learned, and uh, well, I got one really lucid dream, which I can remember really vivid, and well, I just played
Mhm.
around a lot because I
Mhm.
knew I was in control. So that was really nice. So I got that out of it, but out of that, compared to being 10 hours in the chair, I'm not sure. It was not action packed, if you want to call it that. But my soul
Mhm.
had fun and learned a lot. So
Mhm.
thumbs up, like 3 of them.
Yeah, I was in there about 3 hours, and then I said, I'll lay on the couch. I'll get in the horizontal position. I was sitting at the kitchen table, and I think that was part of my mistake. I shouldn't have laid down. And that's where I had, after a while, I had fallen asleep, and then I had some power left on the phone before I moved to the couch, but all of a sudden I woke up, realized I had fallen asleep, and looked at my phone. It was out of power, even though it said it had a few more hours left in the battery saving mode. And the second set of earphones had come out from under my ski cap, where they were being held in position above the ear on each side. The ones in the ear were still there, but I had missed a part of it. And this was closer to the, or getting nearer the end of the session. And that was one of the explicit instructions by Mr. Keshe, is not to fall asleep. And I was wondering,
But are you?
did the system put me to sleep, or was I just overtired from the previous few days where I was up and so on and so forth? But go ahead.
And are you sure you slept? Because do you have any
Good point.
means to
Good point.
confirm that with your soul? Because well, that's the one thing I learned from the spiritual path, how to connect and how to communicate with my soul. So, and if I didn't have that and I couldn't check it, then I would also think that I have slept. So are you sure you slept, or is it just how this works?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did sleep.
I did hear you snore though, so.
No, that was good. That was one of the things that when you lay in that horizontal position, sometimes, even though it puts you into that horizontally, I think you get into a certain state a little bit quicker, but it has the shortfall in a way of going to sleep, and I wanted to stay conscious. But regardless, the soul does not sleep, and we're trying to teach the soul about this as well as the physicality. So overall, I'd say very positive for me. And I did see some images, and I felt some energies, and I saw some lights, but again, they were quite dull and rather fleeting. And again, is this about seeing the light, or is this about enlightenment, interacting with a higher energy source, as we know? So it's more about finding out about ourselves, this, again, opening up this mystery of the matter state of entity to its energies. Anyone else, or would you like to continue, Raul?
No, if there are questions, maybe.
Okay. Anyone else want to share anything about their experience here? And I know this is a bit personal in a way. Sometimes others that have never been through this would think it may be weird or not understanding, and we're at a different understanding level that we're almost ready to, and maybe some people, I haven't heard any responses from others, but many maybe have already gone through a physical transmutation of moving the soul to another location and manifesting. Again, we don't get a lot of feedback in these sessions. We're helping to develop the system and also helping the scientists to understand, and also helping ourselves to understand about our own creation. So this is what Mr. Keshe this has been the target the whole time, even though we weren't aware of it. We thought it were gas reactors and then GANs and some other things and the rest of it. But now we're really zeroing in on I made the man in the image of myself, carrying all the attributes of the creator, maybe in a smaller size, a smaller amount, and a smaller strength, but this is all getting developed. Okay, perhaps we can go to the other offer. Well, there's many offers in the store, but the main one is the conference coming up, because this is what's going to break down these borders, or the start of this process. And perhaps we should hear, yes, this is a $7,500 euro, not dollar, entrance fee, plus the value-added tax, as I understand it. Is that the way everyone else understands it? You're making a donation to the Keshe Foundation, and there'll be some arrangements covered in the background. for this. And there'll be two conferences, as I understand it, one in Isfahan and the other in another location, hopefully. But I think the knowledge seekers will be sort of staying in that one location, and the second conference will be more for politicians, diplomats, military men, scientists, and other people that have been invited by the Keshe Foundation to participate, maybe some space agencies, and see the new type of travel. And of course, it won't only be terrestrial travel, it will be space travel. But we're setting the stage here on this planet to start moving people and freight again around this planet. And we've seen some of the flight systems, and he talked about that as well, about cargo ships and the rest of this. Their end is in sight, and these are one of the most polluting structures. But all of us have this capability of moving ourselves, and this is what is going to be very intense in the transmutation sessions in July, August, September, and October. And this will lead into the Iran conference, as I understand it, to physically show a movement of a physicality from one location to another. And I'm sure even if you're a witness to it and you won't be able to do it or haven't done it, as a world leader or as a participant there, you will be totally, let's say, baffled, but at the same time elevated to see what you're actually carrying within your own structure that you had no idea that you could do any of these sort of fantastic things, especially the physical transmutation. We're all doing the transmutation in the energy state. This is a normal process when you go to sleep. It's the work of the soul. So we're all doing that. But the bigger move is to move the soul and the physicality to a new map location, or even from one room to another. And it's not magic. This is where science meets the soul of the man. So perhaps we should go to our, talked about seeing the light. I thought maybe we should go to the, after the break where Mr. Keshe announces this flight conference and goes into some more details about it. Let's see if we can just go back to about, I think it's right here. I'm just going to bring it up. Okay, here's Ying. And okay, so we know it's the flight conference, it's being talked about. So let's scroll this down a little bit, sorry. I guess we'll just go to after the break here. And I think it's right about, and we do appreciate having this, this transcript so quickly and so accurately provided. I mean, it's bullseye after bullseye these days, when we struggled in the past to work on getting a transcript of a workshop, and 2 or 3 workshops would go by before we could finish the one we were on. And so the team that has been working on these, we thank you for all your work in the background, and you're certainly perfecting this transcript. It's not perfect, but it's in the mid to upper 90% of accuracy. And it's created for all of us to use and to refer back to. And again, go over this a number of times. As Mr. Keshe said in one of the previous workshops, it'll take us thousands of years to unravel this. Centuries won't be enough. So you can see how deep this knowledge goes. But let's hear a bit more on this conference.
Okay, we're back again here at the 543rd Knowledge Seekers Workshop. And because it's the second half, then I'll let our attendees know that you can raise your virtual hand if you would like to ask a question of Mr. Keshe. And also people can post in the Q&A or in the chats. If you have a question, a text question, you can put in there. So, but first, Mr. Keshe usually has something he would like to say beforehand. And is that true today, Mr. Keshe? Are you there? It's a short intermission. Maybe we took you by surprise.
No, I'm just having a bad reception, so I'm trying to switch over from system to system. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you clearly now.
Yeah, I had to change system because I was losing you. Thank you very much. There's a couple of points we have to mention. Knowledge seekers who go to the store, you see a page comes up for asking for password. Just click to cancel and the page goes away. You go back to the name, to the same, what we call the store pages. Number of people get this. This is the default on the system. We cannot clear it out. It started a few weeks ago. So when you go on the store, if you see asking for a what you call password, just click on it and it disappears and you can carry on. The other point is regarding the conference in Iran. As we ask you, please make your booking online and just send us don't say it's booking for Iran, just put your reference number. We check it and it'll be done. There is a concern regarding the visa. Once you fill in the forms, we organize through our people in Iran the time and invitation when we get your details for you go to them. So you don't need to do anything. We do everything with Iran Foreign Office and everything else. We do most of the work for you. Those who come from America and Canada, you have to submit and complete your form by end of this month, 100%, because the North American citizens take a slightly longer to get the visa sorted out than the rest of the world, and we know the reason. And for all the Europeans, fill in the form, complete the process, and leave the rest to us. In next month or two, you will receive a invitation of a date to go to the embassy to what you call it, submit your application. We try to do most of the work for application for you through Iran. It will be organized through Foreign Office. So you don't need to go and get a visa before you apply to come. This is a lot of people tell us there is no such a thing. Fill in the forms and complete your registration and the payments, and we do the rest, and we organize, we get the embassy that you have to go to, doesn't matter which country, to get the visa stamped, or you send it by post and the rest of it. This will be done, it has to be done through a specific website in Tehran, or they're organized for you. There'll be a lot of job in Iran for our team, but that's the only way we can sort it out. The conference for Iran after end of June will move to 20,000 because we are asking and inviting a lot of companies, a lot of space organizations to attend because there are other dimensions into the work. And please don't come back. I filled the application form, but I'm too late. We have to stick to it because then you're going to cause us problems on the other end. Complete your application form before the end of the month. We are going through structure that we can support you all the way through, and we try to see how everything else can be done to make everything easy for you. When you make the payment, don't put for Iran conference, just put the reference number, and that's important. And then send us, this is my reference number, or you fill in the form. We see it as usual as a sales, a donation sale through the Keshe Foundation system, and we handle it ourselves.
Okay, so it seems fairly straightforward at this point. Everyone will meet in Vienna, as I understand it. Those who can't attend, maybe you'll be brought in on the transmutation dimension And hopefully you're wishing to transmute, not that you can show off or you have some new capability others don't have, but to bring down these borders. And this will be a part of it. And he wants a few people to show this. Again, whether it happens in Iran or what shakes out of that, it may happen in Washington as well. He talked about systems being ready for this and the rest of it. Now he's switching back here to the preparation sessions for the conference, and maybe we can just bring up that, let's see, where is it? Back to the store, and we'll go back to the, again, transmutation test. Okay, so this is what he's referring to now on the transmutation test. So let's continue, because these are both integrally connected. The preparation, the transmutation sessions are what is going to be shown, and whether you achieve it before, whether you don't achieve it or not, as long as someone achieves it, the goal has been met. One or two people show it, the rest of us realize that it's within our hand, or very close to being within our hand. Again, not to be arrogant about it, but to be there to serve the others who are needing to learn this process. And that's what it's all about, as I'm understanding it. Not that you'll become a great individual or a prophet or anything else, but just to show what everyone else has. So you're there to, or to accomplish this is to serve the others who need to learn this process. And that's what it's all about. In addition to bringing the borders down, or the start of bringing the borders down.
The meeting for next July, August, September, and October is already been set up on the Keshe Foundation website, I think from late last week or early this week. You can book for these sessions. The monthly sessions still will be on the third, what you call, Friday of each month. And you have to state where you are in that week. Some of you might be traveling. It's the summertime. You won't be home on that day. We give you an alternative time, 2 or 3 of you. But you could be on holiday. You want to be on it, but you were in, let's say, London. Now you're in Los Angeles. You want that week to be with a group from United States, not the group with Europe. We try to keep this to very small groups that, as I said in the first part, to start teaching you for the process of transmutation and everything else, and to be ready. It'll be very exhausting time for us. It'll be very time consuming, but we have to go through this in the next 3 or 4 months so we are ready. And then when we meet in Iran, most of you, I'm sure, then you go back getting ready for a full transmutation and the rest of it on a frequent basis till we meet in Washington, in the United States, sometime in 2025. You got to remember, do not be worried or baffled by what you hear in the news about Iran. You will welcome home, and everything else is fairly open. The position and the process is very simple. You stay with the Keshe Foundation team, you're there, and if you travel, we try to create you with some knowledge seekers to be able to travel around Iran. They'll be pleased to be with you, to guide you if you want to go to Shiraz or Tehran or whatever, that you have another knowledge seeker with you and connection of the love with the knowledge.
And again, this looks like it's a 2-week affair. One will be, the first part will be the conference, and then the second part, you'll be able to see the beauties or travel around with other knowledge seekers. I don't think anybody will be traveling alone. unless you know the language and you're familiar. But there'll be knowledge seekers there to support you, guide you, and so that you won't get lost or get into any sort of situations that could compromise you uh, in any sort of way. So there'll be enough supervision in a way, or babysitters that will take you around. And as he said, the hospitality in Iran is quite extraordinary. But many of us would like to find that out for ourselves. We continue. And feel free to make any comments, as always, in any of these clips that I play. Add your understanding or share a part of this that the way you understand it, or maybe you don't understand it. Again, we're still on this understanding curve. It's not so much a learning curve, even though he uses these terms learning, understanding. One time he'll say it's not about learning, it's about understanding. Another time he'll say you have to learn. So again, it's this knowledge that's being opened up in a beautiful general way for everyone, and that we all have the capabilities within us. We're doing it in the dimension of energy every day or every night when you go to sleep. It's just being able to move the soul and the physicality in a fully conscious state. And as I said, there'll be systems to support the process there. He said they would bring in systems as they did in China, and when the conference is over, they will move those systems out of the country, as they did in China as well.
We will leave you in Iran. You're on your own for 7 days. Knowledge seekers try, with the Iranian knowledge seekers, try to show you the hospitality and the beauty of Iran. But please complete it before end of this month by your application and everything else. I called us, send an email does not count. Application form has to be filled in. You have to fill in that we have a number. We can track record it, and then you get your emails which come to us, that all the correspondence about your visas, your tickets, and where to meet, and the rest of it.
And usually, I know I had gotten a visa in China. I think it was maybe $22 or $30 to get a visa on the island of Sanya to then travel to the mainland, at least for my flight. And of course, when I got to the airport, the people at the counter says, "Oh, you don't need a visa. What's this?" I said, "No, I need it." They said, "No, you don't need it." So again, these things can be quite confusing if you're not a seasoned international traveler, but it appears the Keshe Foundation will be handling a lot of this in the background to sort of ease these processes through, which again, if you don't have some of these connections with the system, it can be quite, especially for Western people. And as he said, we know the reason why.
Again, many people ask me, why do we have to meet in Vienna? Because a lot of people who came to China got stuck. Some people had to buy 4 or 5 tickets, couldn't get in, and all the sorts of problems. This way, if anything happens, we are in with the Iranian officials. We can sort everything out straight away in Vienna. That becomes a smooth flight back and forth. One important point for you as knowledge seekers is try to move, try to understand the work of the Keshe Foundation through plasma, through magnetic fields, because from now on and forward, we will moving in the dimension of the fields, understanding of the fields, and collaboration and cooperation between the field of the matter state and the universal state. The way, as we explained, nitrogen converts between the carbon-14 and carbon-12, and what lives in both dimensions, nitrogen. This is what you have to learn. This is how you collaborate in understanding of your physical life and the life of the energy within you. And it's important for us.
Did anyone not pick this up? This is how you collaborate in understanding your physical life and the life of the energy within. Remember, we're opening the mystery of the matter state of entity to its energies.
That we bring you to that point, try to walk away from these ganses we showed you because we wanted to show matter has energy, but a lot of you have got stuck with it. Move on.
So you see, this is a very, very important for you to go to the next step in so many ways. I mean, I'm sure we're going to continue to work on them, as he said in the last workshop, because it's nice making ganses. But try, he's saying here, try to walk away from the ganses we showed you, because we wanted to show you matter as energy. But a lot of you have got stuck with it. Move on, move forward, and then it becomes very easy to transmute and transfer and the rest. And I know once you get comfortable with a job or once you get comfortable on a subject, you kind of want to stick with it. But he's saying try to walk away from it, at least at this point. There's plenty of time to go back to it. And of course, you're full of ganses. Again, this is, you're walking around with your own laboratory as I'm seeing it. It's just a matter of learning how to play. We looked outside ourselves for long enough. Let's look inside ourselves and use what is already set. But some people will still have an issue with it. They don't understand it, but they think they understand the GANs and how to release the energies. But that's been a pretty sticky wicket, as they say as well. We haven't seen much shown in that dimension. Energies, yes. Small energies, yes. Working with Mr. Keshe, major things have been shown with the rebuilding of the brain, the energy with Douglas and some other things, but this takes a master to understand what to do. And I don't know how they work together with Mr. Keshe. As he said, with the team, they don't quite understand a lot of it. He just tells them what to do, they do it, and then it works. But anyway, we're moving into something now where you have the capability of manipulating it and using it. But it's a matter of, as he said, the 90% of this is a lack of trust within our own selves. It's not so much, he said 10% was the knowledge and 90% was a lack of trust. And Christ showed it, the Buddha showed it partially. And now Mr. Keshe is opening up again this mystery of matter state of entity to its energies. And just finish this short clip here.
Move forward, and then it becomes very easy to transmute and transfer and the rest. Any question?
Okay, so I'd like to go back to the beginning of this process where he was talking about this light and one of the keys to the light. Again, is this a physical light we're looking at, or is this the enlightenment? I think we went through that a number of these sessions ago, and it's not a light as I'm understanding it. It's actually enlightenment, meaning you interact with these higher energies. And again, you become, or you can open up to new understandings and new dimensions that you didn't realize you were capable. He said this becomes an entire encyclopedia of everything. You're carrying all this knowledge with you, but somehow it's not able to be easily tapped into. And he's shortening this process and making it quite easy to tap in just by asking. And again, this sounds, I don't think it's an oversimplification of the process, but we were never aware just by asking that some of these things can manifest in that way if you're interacting with this energy or what he calls light. But again, anyone thinking about is it a matter state light that you're looking for, or is it enlightenment? Really tending to go towards the enlightenment phase of this. But anyway, we're going to start here. I'm not sure if I'm at the right location, but let's...
I'm not sure.
Yes?
I'm not sure to call it matter state light, but you know how the ray, the initial ray, fundamental plasma, comes out, and then
it turns into a photon. That, from my understanding, is kind of the light. When you said you have experienced or you've seen the light, it could be a metaphor, but still that light carries information, energy that can be converted to our memory or every other thing. That's the way I look at it. So it could be the type of light we see, the vision, or it could be a form of enlightenment. Basically, it's just an energy that it translates into physical light or golden color, like Mr. Keshe said, or something like that. But it's something that can be utilized for other stuff. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah, he asked us a number of times, are we seeing with our eye of the man, or are we seeing through the soul as an energy, this enlightenment process? I think to see actual light, you need to look through your eye of the man, the physicality of it. The enlightenment is a different thing, but he keeps saying, try to see the sun or create the light. And again, is this a play on words in so many ways? Is it a physical light, or is it an enlightenment? Again, this is what he's saying, physical sun or an enlightenment. We went through this a number of times in the past. And of course, as he said, none of you will be wrong. You're all correcting what you see according to enlightenment of your own soul. So that's why he says no one's wrong and no one's 100% right. We're all correcting our understanding as we go along. So I don't like to tell anyone, no, 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 you're wrong. No, no, no. You're correcting what you're seeing, and you're evaluating it and becoming enlightened in that process. So you're right at the right position, time, and place you're supposed to be. We're correcting our understanding. And again, all of our understandings are slightly different. We're all growing into this knowledge at different strengths and different speeds, but we're all heading in that direction. So let's see if we can understand more about this process of seeing the light. He seems to be saying a number of things here. And again, when we say plasma to 1,000 people, we're going to get 1,000 different answers. Yes? Gail, I see your mic is open. Did you want to make a comment here?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, in this cell, okay, in our cells of the body, the calcium is the black hole of every cell, which I found interesting. And the now there was something else that we have as well. I'll have to think about it. But that really fascinates me, because everything seems to have a black hole in the center. And if you look at the little drawings of the neutron, the F1 in the middle is a black hole. And I thought, wow, how did I miss that? So yeah, it's very interesting, because he's talking about black holes. They seem to be the center of everything.
Right, and he did release some papers he mentioned here, and we said in our very first paper when we opened this knowledge about the creation of black hole, that black holes are actually the recycling system. And again, I think it refers to your soul being a black hole. Anyone else?
Yeah, the way I see it, you will actually see a bright light, which is maybe golden light or white light. So, and that is then the sun, and then you go to other sun, and you will actually see it, and then not with your physical eyes, but in your mind's eye, probably. I don't know that.
Okay.
Is
it in the dimension of energy? Like when I see the rose and I'm sleeping, the rose is not physically there, but I'm still seeing it. Now, if we're fully conscious and we're seeing the rose or seeing something else, it's in the dimension of energy, isn't it?
I think so. Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Ronald.
I had a dream once also, like last week. I had a dream where I was actually seeing the light and the source, and I got spoken to as well, and I checked it, and it was not a dream, but it was also my soul who was like directly in contact with the creator light. So so yeah, you can actually see the light. I was inside the bright light. I don't know if that's how that works, but I have seen it, and it is yeah.
Okay,
So
so
that's how I
were you
understand it.
seeing it through the eye of the soul or the eye of the man, or both?
Yeah, I cannot answer that. I don't know.
Okay.
No.
Yeah,
Okay.
Ronald, let me ask you. So when you said you've seen it, is it like, because I've experienced when I close my eyes for a long time and like shut it and squeeze it, I get to see some type of light, and it vanishes and it vanishes and appears again. My eyes are closed, but I can still see some light that comes on, like a small flash, and then it goes out, and it's like it's going further, like it's traveling. I experienced that. When you close your eyes, is it that type of experience?
I think it is something like that, yeah. And maybe if you have that light, if you can focus on that light and go really tune into it, you can get there as well. But yeah, it's something like that. If I remember it, it was like a white light with a lot of what's it called? Static noise.
Mm-hmm.
It felt like that. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, so I think that's a good way to describe it. Mm-hmm.
And you know, when I was in the session there, when I had my eyes open, I really couldn't see any lights or any sort of things like that or images. I was trying and thought they would maybe manifest in the air. Maybe that'll come later. But when I closed my eyes, still not sleeping, but fully conscious, it seemed in a way I was in that dimension of energy in a way. And I could perceive more things with the eyes closed. When the eyes open, you're back into the matter state again. And maybe this is just a formality. When we develop it further, whether the eyes are open or closed, we'll be able to create this. And then it's just the creating that transmutation process. But again, he said you have to do a straightforward reversal of this process to get back to where you started. So there's a bit more to it once you have transmuted. Now, if you want to go back to where you came from, it's sort of a straightforward reversal, as I'm understanding it at this point. Yes?
So maybe I can add something. Last week I told you to you guys, I met someone who is really like 5% in her body, 95% in the universe doing work. And I met her today again, and we had a great day with a group. Really, really interesting. Well, interesting. And last week I asked her, "Are you enlightened?" And then she asked me, "From what is your definition of enlightenment?" And well, from the Keshe point of view, it's tuning into the higher energy, higher cosmic rays, and which is a higher understanding, higher truth, and she confirmed that is enlightenment. And well, then she said yes as well. She is enlightened, and she can also like get to all the knowledge in the universe. But she's not allowed to share everything, because that's how it works. You only get what you are capable of, or how do you say it? She can only get the information which is meant for you. She knows a lot more, but she cannot tell you. And she also says that there are like portals already, if you find them, then you can get to all the information. So then we don't have to study anymore, which is yeah. So yeah, that's the knowledge I get from the other side, and that's just really confirmation of what we are doing here.
Yeah, as he said here, it doesn't come from talk and it doesn't come from being talked to. And that enlightenment, I think, just means you're opening up to new knowledges in so many ways. And these higher energies just automatically expose you to a new understanding. And again, does elevation bring enlightenment, or does enlightenment bring elevation? Anyone want to answer that question? Or are we talking both about the same thing?
I think you have to elevate enough to get enlightened, and then if you're enlightened, you get all the info.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And depending on what question you're asking, as he said in the last workshop, don't ask for all of it. Ask for what you need or what you'd like to, whether it's learning more about transmutation, being able to speak a language, and the rest of it. So step by step, we're opening this up. And I think it's just making a connection with what's already within you in so many ways. As he said, you're carrying the RNA of the creation of the entire universe within your structure. And every field, every emotion, every position can be created because you have the knowledge within you. It's this tapping in part of it. So let's continue on a little bit longer here.
Or, as we always assume, we were told there is a what we call a black hole in the center of every galaxy and universe. Does this entity shine lights on the rest of it, the way our star does in our solar system? And if it does, what color would that be? What light does it create? And as we said in the very first paper, when we opened this knowledge about the creation of black hole, that the black holes actually are the recycling system, and at the same time, when any matter goes in due to interaction of the fields, releases some lights, then it comes a question to ask: how and if, and there is a light shining, that if we go out of the solar system, we'll see it. There are many moons and many planetary systems in this solar system. But somewhere when we look, or somehow when we rotate, we see the sun. We see the daylight, confirmation of its interaction with our system we call Earth. But does, or would we be able to see the light in the center of our galaxy if we go outside the solar system? And what about if we actually, instead of looking into the universe, looking from outside the Milky Way, would we see light from the center of the universe? If we understand this, and if we can elaborate on the knowledge of interaction of magnetic fields, then a new horizon of knowledge opens up. Totally unknown, but known to us because we have seen it on Earth. When the field of the Earth and the sun interact, we get the daylight. So this time we are not on a planetary system. This time we are in the space between the solar systems, between the galaxies. And the light of the center has to interact with us direct. And how would that light, how would that energy will change us, will affect us? Would it enlighten us to see the whole of the process of the creation in the galaxy, or the process of the creation in the universe? as there is no intermediaries, there is no sun to have a solar system to cover us, there is no galaxy to cover us, that we are within it. Then, when we go out of the solar system into the our galaxy, where we have no light to interact with, as we are outside the system, and would we see a light in the center of the galaxy? And would we feel fields which come directly from the center?
Yeah, again, he said earlier, we're going into this field dimension, so I don't think you would see a light. You would feel a field or sense a field, to me.
And as of the last week we were talking, would we, if we go out of the galaxy, the light shining from the center, which is from the creator, would we be able to see it? Would it interact in the vision of the man if we are traveling in the body of them? Or would our soul will interact with this field? Will be enlightened?
So to me, it's definitely on the soul level to be enlightened because the physicality is not going to be there and the eye won't be there. So you have to feel the fields and interact with the field, and then you become enlightened. So perhaps this lighting and seeing lights coming out of your hands or lights here and there is more something for the matter state. But again, I'm just learning and I'm very novice in this whole process.
Mark,
Yes?
Mark, remember the structure of a plasma. Even in the soul dimension, there's still some form of physicality. So I think it's both. It might not be tangible physicality, but I think it has to be something that we see, because he said it there, you see. And then he mentioned this kind of like a golden color. So gold color, you can allude that to a form of physical color. So it's both.
Okay.
Yeah, I have to agree on that one because like people who can see auras and stuff, they use their third eye to see that. They can see angels and they can see all the nature beings and so, and they don't use their physical eyes, but they use their third eye, let's call it that.
The eye of the soul.
Yeah, and there's also like a nice some scientific research on YouTube as well, where they have kids who are wearing a mindfold, like the totally black goggles.
Yep.
And they trained them, and what I said just now, they find the pinpoint, what you were talking about, and the white dot, and they focus on that, and they expand that white dot to open their, let's call it, third eye, and they can actually see with the mindfold on. They can do puzzles and stuff, and they're like children below the age of 8, because when you're 8 years you get closed off of all the well, that's we all call it fantasy, and your imaginary boyfriend doesn't exist and stuff. So but they actually do, and children can see it, but they unlearn it because we live in this society. But if you're early enough and you can train that, then they can really see with the mindfold on. And there's just there are a few scientific research in this just on YouTube. You can find it. I will look for it. Maybe post it in the comments.
So they can see. You're saying these people who can see auras have told you they don't see it with their physical eye; they see it with the eye of the soul.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I've never seen an aura that I'm aware of.
I'm not sure.
Me neither.
I can see, like if I look at the tree just outside of the tree zone, leaf zone, I can see the aura of trees. And if I'm really, kind of focused, I can actually see a person's aura. It's not easy, but I don't close my eye. I think somehow we must open the eye while our other eyes are open. I'm not sure how it works.
Yeah, it is true. If you use your
And there is
eyes and you,
there is something else that I'm seeing, like if I'm exercising on the bike and I close my eyes and then I can see my pulse. It's almost like a police siren, you know how it goes around and around, the light goes around in a circle. And it's very strange, but I can see it. Now I don't know if that means that that's from the soul of the man, soul of the physicality inside the soul of the man. It's hard to tell what's going on, but it's very strange. And I think our pulse is supposed to align with each other, the two souls. I haven't aligned it anyway. Thanks for listening.
yeah, and I do think that if you're seeing the auras and the angels and the flashes and the stuff, that's like an overlay from your third eye of the what you call it, eye of the soul of the man. Is that well? I don't know. Let's call it. I'll call it third eye.
Yeah.
It's like an overlay, and so that's the one part, and the other part to acknowledge that, and from a scientific perspective, which is the plasma science, you can also, well, they have it literally scientifically proven that it can be done. So the adults use the overlay, but there are some adults who can see with their eyes closed, and there's proof of that.
Again, there's no limitations in this technology and this understanding for the most part. So whether you can see it with the eye, but if the physicality is not there, like in the dream state, are you seeing the flower with your eye, or are you seeing the fields of the flower, which gets then translated through your brain and into a physicality that you can recognize, even though it's in the dimension of energy?
Yeah, that last one is completely how I see it as well. Like, what I think, and I'm not sure, but if someone sees an energy, the one will say it's a leprechaun, and the other one will say it's like a chupacabra or something, and the other one will say, I don't know. But they are just seeing the energy and they give it a form which they know or something. But I'm not sure about that one. But
yeah,
it is the energy which they perceive, and then they will adjust the imagery to what they know. That's how I think of it now, and that's how people tell me that.
Okay. Again, and nobody's wrong. We're all correcting our understanding as we go along in this process. We'll continue another couple minutes here.
And what will it do to? This is one of the conditions, one of the dilemmas that the knowledge seekers who go through transmutation and through the same as transportation in a coming time in the openness of the universe will face. We consider the center of the universe as a black hole, but that black hole, by inherent of its field, creates a light too. So is that the light of the Creator? Because it comes from the center of our universe. Then it comes the question to ask from us: does it matter if you are within the physicality of the man? If you're on the planet Earth, if you're outside the Earth, if you're outside the solar system, if you're outside the galaxy, or maybe outside the universe, in unicos, would we be able to receive the light, the information or enlightenment from interaction, the field of our souls with the soul of the Creator? And what effect will have this on us as a knowledge, enlightenment, or whatever we call it? Many of you knowledge seekers which start going through what we call transmutation, we will see the light. Because you can and you have the ability as a simple soul, as a single structure, to travel the span of the universe. And maybe universe. So in that process of transmutation as an energy, as a soul, you cannot be confined to the planet Earth. You cannot be confined to the solar system. Your soul is not confined to the span of this galaxy and the universe. Then what would you see? What will you observe about yourself? And how would you see the enlightenment, the energy you receive directly from the source? The biggest question is, do you like what you see? Is this what you were expecting? Is this the process of totality? Rick, your microphone is open. And then going through the whole process, we have to understand the process of translating this field, transferring this field. Would this field to us be normal, but enlightenment to another? We're getting very close to a phase of transmutation for many of the knowledge seekers in the next few weeks. And some of you have already managed to achieve it. And you will see this light. The first times you deny it, and as you start understanding the process, you'll take it as your guideline, as your, what I call, light of the knowledge. You will see the sun. You tell us, I've seen the sun, I've been in the sun. But is this the sun of reality, the sun of the knowledge? Is it the sun of enlightenment? Or is it just merely the sun as a sun? And through this interaction, are you lit up or are you enlightened?
So there again, are you lit up? Are you shining like a light, or are you enlightened? Or is it just merely the sun as a sun? These are questions we have to work out for ourselves in our understanding and how we process this knowledge, this information that's, or this map in a way, treasure map, to find that point, to find that treasure within ourselves and what we can create.
And many of you which go through this transmutation system, through the transmutation structure, have to be conscious to ask yourself, do I see the light of the Creator? Or do I see the light of a star? Or do I get enlightened by the knowledge of the Creator? And what do I expect from it? And what can I do with it? Many of you, in the past 2 years, this June, this month is 2 years since we started these processes with the systems, tell us you've been to the sun. But knowing the way you travel, Does the sun, the light you see as the sun, is it the light of enlightenment, or is it just the light in the physical matter? Then, once you see that, for you to test, you will understand if you receive the answer through the soul or you receive the answer verbal. In a way, you don't need to talk to be enlightened. You don't need to be talked to be enlightened.
Okay, let's leave it right there. And again, it's up to you to decide, is it the light of enlightenment or is it just the light in a physical matter? And this is what he has gone through a number of times in the past. And I wish I had some of those clips to play you. And as he said here, you don't need to talk to be enlightened, and you don't need to be talked to be enlightened. So that's physical. The enlightenment is coming through the interaction of the fields, your fields with this higher energy, let's say, of a light that perhaps you see on the soul level or through the eye of the soul of the man. Again, most of us are trying to see a light, but as he said in the past, it's really enlightenment is what you're looking for. Okay, any other thoughts or questions on this? Again, it's for you to decide yourself, but he's talking about moving away from matter state and going into this dimension of energy or interaction of energies, yours with another like the creator or this encyclopedia of the universe. So I think the enlightenment is not a physical light. I think it's a interaction of the fields, and maybe you will see it as a light in the eye of the soul, no question about it, but it's not that physical light. As he said, when you get in between galaxies and there's no light to see, what do you do at that point? When you need answers, you won't see a light because there's none there to see. It's the connecting and becoming enlightened through these energies, I think. But again, as I said, I'm a novice at this process, but we're growing into it. We're all growing into it, and that's the beauty of it. We have the capabilities, and a few people will start to show it, and then it'll go into hundreds and then thousands and the rest of it. We'll have to see. But we know that we all have the capabilities to do this. Yes, please.
Yeah, Mark. I was looking at the way that light is created in the universe. It's a whole lot of it. And there's really no empty space. So when there is the Malgrav, or that three parts, transition, principle, and matter, or call it a neutron or call it whatever, between the two, if they're traveling, to travel faster and not to lose energy, it becomes a cylinder, and it does give off light, different strengths, one from the principal matter because that's the strongest, and then the transition, and then the matter state of the neutrons solar in the universe or unicos, whatever. So I don't know how that is supposed to be perceived. I'm assuming our souls should be able to recognize it, because
Gee, just when we were getting to the good part, you cut out. Okay. And as Mr. Keshe said, the physical light that we see is one of the lowest speeds of travel in the universe. Gail, you're breaking up. You're still breaking up. No. Okay. It's very, very, very choppy. Sometimes she comes back from this. I think it's the connection. Gail, it's very choppy, so I'm going to mute your mic. Let's try, give her another 15 seconds to come. Sometimes it reconnects. Yeah. all we were getting is Okay. Dale? Oh, I think she's gone. Okay, she'll be back. Let's give her a second to come back in. Maybe she'd like to add. We lost about a minute of that transmission. So yes, these are things we're opening up, and because we're so physical, we have to think it's a physical light. That's what he talked about the craft. That's why he taught about the UFOs for so long, because we were so physical, we wanted something to get into. Let's see, Gail, have you returned? Okay, no, I don't see you there. Okay, no problem. Anyone else want to add anything about this whole process that people are going through? You're going through it too in so many ways. You're part of this. You may not be in the sessions, but as I said, it's to learn it, to teach it to those who need to learn it. And it's not to be arrogant and to show what I can do and you can't do. We all can do it. So this is the process. Gail, are you back? No. Okay, so there was some blockage there. Okay. I know there was a couple other parts that I wanted to play, but there was a part, perhaps we'll just, you can't really do the workshop justice in playing a few clips and the rest of it. You really have to hear the totality of it all. And of course, you can take out bits and parts that you like, and that's what I try to do and share with everyone else, something that I think would be important. But again, what's important to me may not be as important to you. So we're all the captain in so many ways of our own ship, and you'll create what you need to create and to understand this. It's a process. We're all going through it. So I thought we'd create the Dome of Peace at this point in time. Oops, let's just go over to this one where we're releasing GAN's waters and the rest of it on Sunday collectively. Of course, you can release GAN's waters at any time. And let's just hear a little bit about that process. And as Mr. Keshe said with when he talked to Anne Marie about choosing a GAN's water or whatever, he says it doesn't matter. What matters is the intention of your soul, your wish, and your emotion. And the GANs will pick that up and provide that. So he said it doesn't matter what GANs you choose. A lot of people think it's this. At one time, he said he preferred the CO2 and the ZNO, the zinc and the carbon, but other people use the cup of life. But I think it's, again, your intentions as you're releasing these waters. But this is the first step, and it's something for the physicality to do. I think the Brazilians have put this together. So every Sunday at 12 p.m. and 6 p.m., you can choose either or both. We're releasing GAN's waters into the environment. Interesting that we, he said, try to move away from the GANs, and we're trying, but we're still using them and we're still playing with them, as he said, because it's nice. But these GANs, it's something for our physicality, or the GAN's water, I should say, is something for our physicality to do on Sundays and anytime you'd like to it. And again, we're using the matter state, which is what the GAN's water is, or a little step between plasma and matter state, to reach the level of understanding of the soul. So that's why he's saying all these reactors and all this matter state interaction of the fields was just to show you that matter state has energy, and it was also to show you the transference of energy from maybe Alex beads into something else, or perhaps lighting an LED. But again, it's all about the showing you the energy within the matter state, and also about transferring. So isn't this what we're doing now? Taking it to the total energy level or the field level without any matter state involved. So every Sunday, you can create this Dome of Peace all over the planet just by releasing the GAN's waters. They have a high level of intellect, and they know where to go, and they know what to do, and bringing a balanced condition. So this is the first step in creating the dome of peace. Let's just bring that back. Why they both? Okay, here we go.
I don't know if anyone want to read this demo piece. Anyone want to offer?
I
With a
will
nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay. Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but it says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
So again, using the matter state to reach the level of understanding of the soul of the man. So this is the first step, something for your physicality to do. And as you're spreading the GANS water, isn't that very similar to spreading your fields on the energy dimension? So we're trying to see a similarity between these two processes. One is a matter state process, and now we're taking it to the next level. As Mr. Keshe said, we give you a new path. Try to use the power of the souls to bring the change. Again, all in the energy dimension, no physicality. But before we go there, I thought we would, oh gosh, I don't know why these things seem to disappear on me when I want them. Let's just go to this knowledge seekers here. And what we're going to do, Mr. Keshe made a comment before we go to the second step of the Dome of Peace, which we use the power of the souls. I would just like to play a 10-minute clip if we can. We're going to go up to 204. And where he explains this situation, let's see, 204.23, if we can isolate somewhere in this area. Okay, how about there? And he explained the situation there, and then we'll hear more about learning to pray through your soul, and then we'll take the 5 minutes of silence. But let's listen to this part first. Then we'll go to the second step of the Dome of Peace, the power of the soul, and then we'll listen to the learning to pray through your soul from the 23rd Knowledge Seekers Workshop. Just a few minutes there.
Any other questions? Shall I call it a day? 2 hours.
See if there's something. Jed is requesting if you could please talk about what's happening in Palestine and Lebanon and Yemen.
What, can you repeat again? Cut off. You go.
Oh,
Can you
okay.
It's to do with my system, not yours.
Could you please talk about what's happening in Palestine and Lebanon and Yemen?
A lot of mess. A lot of mess. Huge amount of mess, and all done by one bunch. This is a struggle of a dead man, and support of another dead man who walks. I tried to restrain, to unravel some knowledge which is going to create a lot of problem. But the truth, the bottom line of it is, this is the last fledgling batter beaten body of the state of Israel. And we shall see. We've seen the solution of the war cabinet trying to get another bunch who will come with them to another. You have a warrant for arrest for 2,500 cases of perjury and everything else, and now a warrant on the international court. But the Constitution says the man who sits there can do what he likes. And the strangest thing is the president has the power to dissolve the parliament. The president has the power to ask the prime minister to step down as the president of Israel, and nothing is happening. And this is an end in sight. What we've seen in Palestine, what we've seen might happen in what do you call it, in Lebanon. It's very different than 1970s and 1990s and early 2000s. You got to understand, half of the state of Israel are Palestinians. And a lot of these Palestinians are connected to Lebanon, and if you hear in the news, you see in the news, that they say that there will be a problem in every part of Israel. These people work in their homes, run their hospitals, they're part of the police force, and the rest of it. To them, Gaza is different than Lebanon, and to them, if it goes, it'll be internal, but we hope not. But it's much, much deeper and much more political pressures and indecisive actions in Washington does not bring that much work for them. You got to understand, I was explaining this to somebody very recently. We have two fractions, two sides of Israel fighting for the same White House. You have the present president, which is what I call lame duck. We don't know if he's still alive or whatever to it. And the White House is run, as we said, by the vice president. The president does not have the capability to run office as such. He can't even remember what he had for breakfast in some cases, we've been told. But the lady married a Jew through a different class or side of the Jewish connections in Washington to be elected. And he runs the White House in the back door. We have a problem with your possible return of the last president, which he got his daughter married to second richest family in Israel to get elected and to have the support. The only game changer in the middle, which of the two Jewish sides will run the White House, sits with the decision in Rothschild family. And last time, one of them changed position and brought the crazy man into power. Last time, the other one changed position and brought the elderly pensioner into power. Who and how the Rothschild family decides to support this election in the coming time decides which of the side of the Jewish families will run the White House. And then we'll see how we'll reflect in the running of the Tel Aviv and everything else. It's remote control within the White House and run both marriage, one married to become the, what do you call it, vice president, and one got the daughter married to become the president. And without these two, there would have been no position for any of these two guys to be in the presidency. And that dictates what happened in Israel and how we are in this dilemma with Israel and the rest. There is a possibility from what we hear, a lot of things can change. We are waiting to see how the Iranian election takes shape by the end of this month, who is going to take shape to be, and what will be the outcome of political decisions in Tehran within the structure of family of the Iranian rulers, or what we call prime minister. So B is the son-in-law Ayatollah Khamenei of Foreign Office, President of Foreign Office, is another son of Ayatollah Khamenei, and the family is running the business. So we have to see how they decide, and then that will reflect, as they are connected by blood to Lebanese, they come from a Lebanese origin, how they support the situation in Lebanon and what will affect us in and through the Palestinians and the rest of it. And as I said before, Ayatollah, when you hear Ayatollah, it means Lebanese blood, religious side. Does not exist in the vocabulary of Farsi for Iranian religion. They've chosen this name for themselves, and they're all Lebanese. When you hear Ayatollah, they're connected by blood to Lebanon. And we have to see how they make a decision in how they share the loot or whatever, and what will happen between the two sides. But either way, we'll see how these things will take shape in a bigger way, in a different direction. Any other question?
Well, they do go on, Mr. Keshe.
Okay, so we're seeing that the Palestinians are not really that concerned that work and live in Israel. They're not too concerned with the problem in Gaza, but they are concerned with the problem in Lebanon. And apparently this will, if things escalate as they're purported to be, we'll have to see, of course. We wish it won't, but we'll have to see what happens here. So let's go to the second step of the Dome of Peace. And of course, creating these domes using your system, your own reactor, again, going back to your own structure and bringing the change. The Universal Council invites all of us to join them at 9 p.m. every day, Central European time or Central European summertime, for the elevation of the souls and the protection of the physicality, and creating this peace platform in so many ways. So feel free to join on the energy level, the Universal Council every day, and we'll hear this. You can also join the Brazilian team at 2 a.m. Central European summertime, or on Wednesdays at 6 p.m. to bring these changes. These meetings are very beautiful. There's some reading, there's some discussion, and there's some intention using, again, your own soul to bring about the change. I see Gail has come back. Gail, we lost most of your about a minute or so of your last transmission, so I was trying to tell you that, but normally,
No, I heard it. I heard it.
We
Thanks.
can't hear you. It's hard for you to hear us, I think.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, all of a sudden it clears
Good.
up, and I was hoping, we waited, and I was hoping the connection would get better, but it didn't, and then it apparently
No.
failed. So as I was saying, you can join the Universal Council, or again, on the energy level, using your soul to bring the change, or you can work in a meeting if you'd like. It's the same process, it's just a formal meeting. So it's all the same sort of work, combining together these energies to bring about the peaceful, permanent condition on this planet. Spreading the GANS waters is a first step, using the power of the souls, as you can see, spreading the water, spreading your fields, trying to touch the other souls. And again, that we see the physicality change. So if we go to the second step here, and using the power of the souls to bring the change. And then we'll hear a clip from the 23rd Knowledge Seekers Workshop about learning to pray through your soul. So this is just, in a way, setting the background of what's needed. And we have the solutions together within us to bring the change. We'll never get to see them or talk to them in the matter state, but we have a mother connection, or a direct connection, in influencing not only world leaders, but any other soul in so many ways, to elevate them, to reach them, to touch them, to allow them to blossom into a beautiful flower, that we can bring the change into the physicality. It's not that, in a way, you're dictating to anyone else, but you're providing the fields that if they pick up the flower, over time, we'll see a change in the manifestation in the physicality.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, Beautiful Souls. Here. Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the GANS waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the GANS waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of GANS, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. MT Keshe. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Stefania, and thank you, Shweta. Now let's go back 10 years into this process where Mr. Keshe, in the 23rd Knowledge Seekers Workshop, of course, we're up to 543, actually laid out a way to learn to pray and to reach these souls through your soul. And of course, in that process, you become nourished as well by giving, you receive. And also it's creating the understanding of how you will operate in this energy dimension of fields, where you're a plasma, you interact with another plasma, you feel they need something, or maybe you need something from someone else. So this is just, in a way, this process will be extended as you start to travel in that soul dimension. So again, this was from 10 years ago. I think we were I wasn't in the foundation at that time, but as he said, we're so physical that we probably couldn't really believe that we were able to reach others through our energies. And let's just continue this for about 7 minutes.
If man makes history of the people who financed wars and created conditions for wars to be created, in the time coming, you'll find out no one of them will reach beyond the solar cell of this solar cell, because the life in universe will not allow them to pass. So even for those who call themselves the financiers of the war and the war, the ones who speak about the war, they start learning about the war. Till we don't stop the wars in man, in himself and with his nations and with his rest of the fellow man, we have not developed the structure to be able to join the universal condition. It's very, very strange. 10 years ago, all the Western nations were in a hurry to get to Iraq because it was a lot to rob. Central bank was full of gold. And today, the same nation is under more threat and nobody wants to go in because they already robbed the central bank. We might send a few drones and we might attack a few people, but the country is in total absolute chaos. Because there is no more money to rob, there is no interest because they know they robbed it. Maybe if we rob all the nations of all their gold, Rothschilds will not be interested in any more wars. I pray for your souls. All of you under any name of company or whatever you work under. It's not building a reactor to match the soul of these people to affect them. Their souls has to receive so much that by saturated has no choice but to find a position to become part of. And because all of us, we have a mother gene connection, we can reach these people very easily through our souls. If we should punish the Rothschilds or the people who finance these kind of wars for over years because the war makes money by selling the arms and then by development afterwards, there'll be no guns left and there'll be no names left to be, what do you call it, proud of what they do. There is a reason we are here in Italy. We sit not very far from the house of Christ, and we closest sit to biggest arm manufacturing factory in the world. Every time I go to Brescia, I feel death. I feel the clunk of how much death is planned in this city, and I pray for the soul of the people, and one day these workers will not go to work to make guns. Sometimes I think what happens if the material now they're using here, all the carbons and all the other things to make the guns and all the ammunition they're planning and they're building here within kilometers from here, can be used to make gases to feed the rest of the world and make systems that we can fly out of this place, or what is about to come to it. There is 40% unemployment in Italy. 40% between the age of 18 and 35. How can we put so many people back to useful contribution to the community and humanity? Not by guns. Not by killing. I hear a lot of people saying it's their program to kill as many people as they can kill, to feel power. They enjoy torturing and killing. You have to give enough to the soul that that habit of man disappears. Devil doesn't exist except within the man himself, when he cannot accept the work of his own physicality in response and parallel to his emotions and his soul. Let us learn to pray by giving freely from our soul, that we elevate them. And Rothschilds and the people who finance these wars for centuries need a lot of it, because it's become their habit. They don't see how low they are. They become so low in their soul level that to them, that's the only position they know. Let us share our souls with the Pope and with all the religious leaders, that through them we find, through their soul, to the soul of their, what we call Commander-in-Chief, which is the Christ, blessed his name, and Muhammad, blessed his soul, and Moses, God's name be on him. That their followers, through their name, they'll find peace and balance. Thank you very much for today.
Thank you,
And I
Mr.
hope you enjoy life.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That was amazing.
Okay, so yes, that is amazing that this has been revealed, that we can reach through the power of the soul and touch their souls to elevate them. They don't even realize what a low position they're in. So let's take 5 minutes, if we can, together, collectively, with this peace dome. Let's move in this direction and give to them what they need to elevate. And we have that mother connection, so there's no failure. As Mr. Keshe said, nobody fails this test. So let's take 5 minutes and elevate the souls, and join regularly, whether it's in a formal meeting with the Brazilian team, whether it's just on the energy level at 9 p.m. Central European time, and please calculate your time. I've been going around and just mentioning to people, if you're wishing for peace, join us at 9, or I use the time here, which is 3 p.m. I said every day at 3 p.m., just add your fields to create this dome of peace. And many people say they're already wishing for peace. So now we're giving them in a way, a structured format in so many ways to join in this process collectively, because collectively we're much stronger. We have a whole array of energies and fields to touch their souls, and to which in turn will change their physicality. So let's take 5 minutes right now collectively. Thank you again, Shweta, and thank you again, Stefania, for this delivering of these messages, and Mr. Keshe for teaching us in a way, again, using our own reactors. He said there's no way you can make a reactor to reach them, but you can reach them through the power of your energies, or your center, or what we call the soul of the man. And this is what even the Universal Council is learning, to create certain things in the energy dimension that we'll see them manifest in the matter state. Through our wish, we're establishing peace. So join us. And again, it's not a day job, but continue to add, because these souls are in desperate need of something. They're probably not even in realization that they can move out of this position, as it's been going on for centuries, as I understand it. In the last 3,000 years on this planet, we've had 5,000 wars or more. So let's bring the change collectively together at this point in time, and on a regular daily basis. And again, it doesn't cost you anything. You can be multitasking, driving the car, making dinner, or the rest of it. And we heard that in this workshop about the women who are so great at multitasking, and this is something the men can do it as well. So let's take 5 minutes of silence right now and incorporate this into your structure. Take some time every day to allow your soul to, in a way, elevate and fulfill the needs that are lacking in the others. So we'll start now. Thank you all. And the work we've done in the last 5 minutes on the soul level is more work than we would do in the physicality in a 5-year period. Even if you got to reach a world leader and sat down and talked to them and in the physicality, it would appear they were listening to you and nodding their head, yes, 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 but they wouldn't be touched in this way. It would only be words. And as he said, you don't get the enlightenment through talk or being talked to. So we did more work in this brief 5-minute period, and we're hoping you'll pick up this flower yourself and continue on with this work. And then we're going to reach a collective at some point, and we will see the changes manifest in the matter state, in addition to all the other aspects of this technology that's in a way impinging on our world leaders and our religious leaders. So take it seriously, but it's not in the matter state, it's in the energy state of dimension that we can reach these people and elevate them, elevate their souls, that the physicality then changes. So thank you all for this process. It's very important, and we will see the results as time goes on, more and more. But it doesn't cost anything, just a few minutes of your time every day. And this is, again, using this in the traveling in space, this will come in quite handy about giving and receiving. So thank you all for this. And now we're going to go to Alex, the part of the program we've all been waiting for. I want to thank you, Alex, for joining us again today, continually sharing your knowledge of this vast subject in so many ways. Let me put that background back up if I can. Oh, there you go. You have the screen, so no problem. Take it away, and thank you again for joining us and, in a way, elevating us and enlightening us to a deeper understanding of this knowledge. Thank you, Alex.
Thank you very much, Mark. Thank you for leading us here, and all the time, energy, and effort that you've put in to bring this knowledge forward. And all the members on this panel understanding that this is a very important meeting because every Thursday we have the Knowledge Seekers workshops, every Friday we have the Brazilian session, and then every Sunday we have the North American session. And although it's a very small session, we're represented by others around the world, all the different continents, and many people listen to this afterwards. So that's one of the benefits of having recordings. And we do have to do some business here, so I hope that you would all please accommodate. And that's kind of the word for today. So please take a few seconds to get a break, and we will play this going forward. Thank you.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Thank you so much, everybody. And Welcome to the Keshe American Knowledge Team meeting on this beautiful Sunday afternoon. And where are we in terms of time? We're in the post-Sanya conference time. A lot of information was disclosed at that point in time, which only was a pointer to the future. And so we're all part of that future, and it is very difficult to unravel for most of us because we all have different areas of knowledge. But what we're trying to do is to put together bite-sized pieces so that everyone can enjoy and pass the knowledge on in their own way. So thank you all for being here. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science. We're doing the intermediate transition part now. We're going to be talking about quarks. My name is Alexander. I'm from Canada. It is June 23rd in the year 2024. This is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. So welcome, everybody. This is a continuation of the intermediate transition zone. And we've been talking about the y-axis polarity, trying to keep things in perspective, understanding the role of the North Pole, and of course, what are these quarks? And in many ways, today's session is a bit of a personal indulgence. However, there has been an anomaly that has been bothering me for well over, shall we say, 4 decades. And I think we finally resolved it because the quarks are really not part of the plasma science. So why are we talking about that? Because we're all still on the hesitancy highway, you see. And the hesitancy highway involves the lowest energy state. And so why are we so keen on staying in the lowest energy state? You know, life is hard. And so we want to go to a higher energy state, but all we want to do is get up on the horse. Well, do we know which was the winning horse, and can we pick it? And even then, when we get on that horse, you know, it's going to be a bumpy ride. And on top of that, we have to exercise cautions because there are some quirks in the road. And we're trying to unravel the science as based on, put forward by Marin Tavakoli Keshe in his books. And book number 1, The Universal Order of Creation of Matter. And book number 2, The Structure of the Light. And of course, then there's book number 3, The Origin of the Universe. And maybe that should be book number 1. But we can't really discuss that until we get our planet straightened out here. And so every Tuesday for 331 weeks, we have been bringing together the One Planet, One Nation, One Race for Justice and World Peace, hosted by Rick Crammond and the Universal Council members. And why is this important? Because those who have been assigned the responsibility are abdicating their responsibility and have eliminated the accountability. So where does that leave us? You know, we want to get on that plasma highway, okay, but we're only on the transmission highway, which is at the lowest energy state. And so what we're trying to do is find this transition highway somehow that elevates us, and then find out what exactly does that mean, because we're all focused on our little MAGRAPH pie chart, aren't we? And so we have this thing that is kind of limiting to us, and that was the speed of light. So was the speed of light the fastest speed? And so we found that is not true. And if the speed of light is a constant transmission, well, is that a symbol of truth? And if it's at a constant transmission, then how come the universe is only 70% hydrogen? Maybe that's a thimble of truth. And why we say a thimble? Because that's as much energy as we need to get this universe moving. And where are you moving on this universe? Are you here or are you here? And where is that? So maybe you can show me the electron map. And this is quite significant because as two forces come together, what are these forces? They create X and Y dimension, because when they come together, they create this field. And so this becomes a point of possibly conflict, but it also becomes a point of resolution, a point of containment. And these points are created by what we call PM ticks. But they differ from the energy binding that we require on this planet, which is fundamentally self-serving. And when we say self-serving, that's important because that's the MAGRAV position. It's in an energy binding state. So it has to be self-serving. And so we were born with this program. We were born with this blueprint. And we weren't born at the expense of others. And yet somehow this has been an acquired taste. And so if we steal the energy from someone else who requires that energy for the purpose of self-serving binding, then we are diminishing their reserves. And so what do? They will either fight back, or they will just, by domino effect, rob, cheat, steal, and kill others to compensate. And so on it goes and on it goes. And where it stops, nobody cares. And so this is what we talk about when we talk about disruption. So when we look at our physicality and that becomes part of the manifestation process, we have to understand that the plasma manifestation precedes the physical manifestation. And this physical manifestation, and we've discussed this before, so for a lot of you who've been following this for a long time will recall many familiar discussions here, but we are springboarding in terms of our knowledge because the physical manifestation may manifest differently in different people, although the plasmatic manifestation is the same. And so why is that? And that has to do with the environment. So the physical manifestation and can be a range of anything from obesity to blood pressure or cancer. And the thing is that the focal point of the discussion is that the higher acidity causes an anaerobic condition. This is not good for health. Higher acidity causes a DNA expansion. This also causes the ATP reduction, adenosine triphosphate. And it also causes cellular communication disruption. So by changing the environment and disrupting the environment through self-serving activity creates an acidic condition, which is overall unhealthy. And is it everlasting? Well, when you look at the basic plasma rule where the higher strength feeds the weaker strength, we have to understand that the higher strength is unconditional. And so it continues to feed. And when we say thank God, yes, thank God for that, because we are not really totally understanding that rule. We are not understanding the negative charge principle, which when I grasped this concept, it straightened everything out for me because science was very confusing to me the way it was described. And this was a very important principle to understand that the negative gives and the positive takes. But if it gives and takes from itself, then it's very binding. But if it gives and takes from others, then the energy can be flowing. And so this is essential to understand how energy flows within the universe and compare that to how energy flows around your life. So this was one very, very important principle which helped me unravel a lot of stuff. But once I got into it and I tried to figure things out, I ran into other problems. And finally, we've come to some conclusions which are really sorting it out. One of the problems, of course, was to understand that in the basic three dimensions of transmission, transition, and transmutation, we're involving the three dimensions of the x-axis, y-axis, and z-axis. And as it pertains to plasma science, we're discussing rotation, polarity, and field strength. But, the problem is that we haven't decided which dimension. We have decided that there are three dimensions, but we haven't decided at which energy level, at which energy state. And we haven't decided how we transition from one state to another. So what we are seeing is that we need to have the three dimensions for transmission. And if we need the three transmission dimensions, we also need the three transition dimensions. And so what we're looking at, since we're talking about the intermediate transition, we are only dealing with the y-axis transition dimension. So we understand that the creation of the universe happened and exists from energy. And so this energy is always in motion. And how do we know that? And that's because it has a charge. And that charge tells you the direction of the motion. And so if there is motion, then there has to be more than one thing to take into account. But when we say more than one, how many more than one? Well, how about this? We have on the cover of the structure of light, we have one maggraph, we have a second maggraph, and then we have light that connects. That looks like three components to me. And so what we have to decide is, are those three components on the same energy state? And if they are, then how do we account for the other energy states? And do we know that there are? You don't need to be a rocket scientist to fall in love, because the love is a different energy state, isn't it? So when we look at the physical science, we have a gravitational confirmation. That is to say, we have the field forces coming from the sun, interacting with the field forces coming back from the earth, and the field forces coming from the universe, and they're converging together. And on this planet, we have the gravitational form artifact that we call the hydrogen. And as a manifestation of that form artifact, we have colors of light. And those colors of light are unique to the hydrogen. So that spectrum for hydrogen is like the fingerprint. And so we know what it is. And since it is a fingerprint, wherever we see this light in the universe, we know it's hydrogen. And so this is a gravitational confirmation that this is what we have here in our planet. So the principal matter, when it came as an energy pack. But like a battery, you can hold a battery, but there's energy in the battery and you can't hang on to that. The only way that you can realize the energy in the battery is to hook it up to a circuit and connect it to something else. So therefore it becomes dependent on something else. So unless the battery is hooked up to something, it's virtually useless. And can you put that energy in a parcel? Well, physically, yes, you can put the energy in the battery, and you can hold the battery, but you can't hold the energy. But in a plasma sense, you can put that energy pack into a parcel, and you can't hold that either. So the thing is, which energy are we talking about? Are we just talking about the initial energies which create the X and Y axis? Or, how do we increase the substance? And which flavor of energy are we receiving? And which direction is it coming from? And is it the same energy? Too many questions. So what we're seeing is the principal interaction of energy and motion, and we understand it's a two-way street. So that two-way street is a two-way transmission, but it also is a two-way transition. So that's 2 by 2. And so when we look at this principal energy flow, even when we look at the individual, and say in the case of Earth here, we can see that the energy rotates around the planet. We call that transmission. And it rotates around the polar axis. And then the energy flows through that axis. And so that's the two-way transition. And of course, we have a color. We are the blue planet. And we call it the water planet because we have an enormous amount of water here. So this is fundamental for life. And so we've seen last week where we have this conflict from the equatorial interaction versus the polar interaction. So we know that the energy is coming from all directions. And it's coming to the surface of the planet. But the surface of the planet isn't just round at the equator, it's round all the way up to the poles. And so last week we figured out how this energy is interacting on the polar level. And this explains why, when we look at the water molecule, why we have the energy parceling unit, which we call a water magrav unit, and it's round, just like the Earth, but it has a polarity. It has a negative charge because of the hydrogen. And there are 2 hydrogens and 1 oxygen. And so clearly the mass of the 2 are different. And yet we have a perfect magrav. And we have a direction in terms of orientation. And so we can facilitate that because water is a universal solvent. And so we have an electron that can be sheared right off. And so that leaves a hydroxyl behind. And since we've lost that positive energy, the hydroxyl becomes negative. But it still maintains a magrav condition in terms of its intention. But it can't do that for very long. In fact, neither can the hydrogen, because the impetus to either cross over or deflect or twist, which involves a tightening, coiling, and a tunneling, these are all characteristics of the energy packs, how they want to go in motion, stay in motion, because they are always in motion. So what we're looking at is a snapshot in time. We're not looking at the reality. The reality is that it's always, always, always moving, and it moves at its own rate. And so we see that in terms of energy, and what we understand in terms of our physicality is how important sugar is. But when we say sugar, what does it mean exactly? So is it natural sugar or is it processed sugar? And so what's interesting is that we have a system that can process sugar. It's called intestines and a stomach. And it's connected to the alimentary canal, which starts with the mouth and carries on through a winding trail. And in that process, we have this constant twisting as the energy goes from the hexagonal gravitational form to the pentagonal magnetical form and back again. And every time it goes one way to the other way and back again, it completes a cycle. And in that cycle, energy gets conveyed. And so what we're reviewing today is how this energy gets conveyed. So we talked about the polar pathways, the energy pathways, and how this coiling, this tightening, and this tunneling that comes from the polar point of view, where we go from the North Pole to the South Pole and from the South Pole to the North Pole. But understand that they're not equal. They cannot be equal because there has to be a direction of flow, a net direction of flow. And if there is a complete balance, then there wouldn't be any flow. And if there's no flow, well, then it won't exist. So when we're talking about relationships, we're looking at a balanced mag-grav situation between the magnetical and gravitational field forces. Well, how do these relationships apply to the scientific community? So they're trying to balance the conservation of magnetic fields versus the conservation of energy. What about the spiritual community? Well, they're trying to balance the spirit and the motor of the soul and the soul. And so the plasma science needs to add to the knowledge to bring these two scientific communities together to understand that we're talking about the same thing, but using different words. And so the knowledge of one isn't superior to the knowledge of the other, nor is it inferior. Well, this is important to know, because when we're looking at the conservation of energy, we see that there's a relationship between kinetic energy or potential energy. And so if we balance the initial kinetic energy and the initial potential energy on one side of the equation, we will balance it with the final kinetic energy and the final potential energy on the other side of the equation. So although the balance is there, the energy is not the same. And if the energy is not the same, why is it not the same? So energy can neither be created nor destroyed. It can only be converted from one form of energy to another. How does that happen? So when we look at the pH of strength, and we see that the high pH is strong and the low pH is weak. So the high pH is the initial potential energy and the low pH is the final potential energy. There's no potential energy. The energy is all consumed. It's gone. So in between, there's a sequence of orders, and there's a relationship between the gravitational force fields of attraction, which constitute feedback, and the magnetical field forces of repulsion, which constitutes feeding. And this is not something that we can delegate. it also is not something that we can abdicate responsibility for. We are the last man standing. We have choices, and we need to make those choices because we can turn on and turn off the feeding aspect of it. We can also increase and decrease the strength of the force field. And in that process, we can enhance or diminish the positioning. And the wording here is very important because the stronger feeds the weaker. So when we're looking at the field capture, and we've talked about the transmission, but when we look at the transition, the x-axis is still perpendicular to the ground and the y-axis is elevated above the ground. Well, how do we get there? And which ground are we talking about? So altogether, not only are we talking about field capture, but this field is constantly moving. And what is that difference in its position? So when we look at the potentiation of hydrogen, and we see that if we split the water, because the potentiation of hydrogen is usually referred to with water, the splitting of water always totals 14, but water in its neutral state is 7. So what does that mean? That means pH of 7 acidic and pH of 7 alkaline coming together is a pH of 14. And since both of them are pH of 7, 7 and 7 is 14 and it's neutral. And that would add up. And it's important for it to add up because as we deviate from the neutral, we have to keep this balance going. And so we create this pH zipper. In other words, if the pH drops to a pH of 6 on one side, there has to be a pH of 8 on the other side because we're splitting the water. Or we're splitting the potentiation layers. We are making a y-axis transition. But how do we know? Are we at 6? Are we at 5? Are we at 4? What we know is that if we are at 5, then the opposite is at 9. 9 and 5 is 14. That's what we do know. But we don't know where we are on this thing. All we know is that this is how we can create this splitting of energy. And as we do this, we know that we can move along. So if we are here and then we want to move there, so literally energy is flowing along this pH zipper transmission series. So that's one way to look at it. But if we introduce this transition and we find that we have peaks and valleys, so if the peak at pH of 4 would have to have a corresponding peak at the pH of 10. 10 and 4 is 14. Then you look at the valley of 5, it has to have a valley of 9. 9 and 5 is 14. And so whether it's a peak or whether it's a valley, there has to be a corresponding energy. But we still haven't answered the question why. All we know is it's a y-axis transition. So we found that we can move things on various planes. So on the x-axis, we rotate around the planet. Y-axis, we rotate around the pole. And it's through this y-axis dimension that we create the movement. So we're continually searching for outer space in this exercise. And there are some quirks on that plasma highway to our little pie in the sky, and it's kind of caused us a dilemma. Because when we look at the quark matter interaction, we find that, and we're not going to get too technical, but we do have to get somewhat technical and understanding that there are 6 quarks. And they come in pairs. And they have flavors. And then there are other things called hadrons and leptons. So when we look at a hadron, what it is a composite particle. And that composition comes from quarks who combine. And so they say in Wikipedia that a quark is a type of elementary particle, a fundamental constituent of matter. And the most stable are protons and neutrons. These are the components of the atomic nuclei. And the other thing they say is that all commonly observable matter is composed of up quarks, down quarks, and electrons. Now, just as for instance here, for purposes of discussion, they've added, owing to a phenomenon known as color confinement, quarks are never found in isolation. They can be found only within hadrons. And then there are other things like baryons and mesons and quark-gluon plasmas. And so much of what is known about quarks has been drawn from observation of hadrons. So when we look at the quark flavors, they say that there are also antiquarks. So quarks and antiquarks. So when we look at the 6 types of quarks and understand that there are also 6 types of antiquarks. And so these quarks are called up and down quarks, charm and strange quarks, top and bottom quarks. And these up and down quarks have the lowest masses of all the quarks. The antiquarks differ from the quarks only in that some of its properties, such as the electrical charge, have equal magnitude but opposite sign. So where do quarks sit on the scale? So if we look at the perspective of quarks, we find that, well, atomically speaking, we're 10 to the minus 10th, which is in the nanoscale. And the nucleus of the atom, which is smaller by 4 orders of magnitude. And then within the nucleus, there's a proton, and it is smaller still by another order of magnitude. And then another 3 orders of magnitude, we come down to the quark level. And to account for this reduction in scale, we have to eliminate the electron. So I think knowledge seekers everywhere understand that there's a problem with this, because of the electron-proton marriage, and we'll discuss that in a couple of weeks. So what are leptons? Well, they're not quarks, according to the quarkologists. A lepton is a particle not affected by the strong nuclear forces, but is only subjected to the weak forces. So as such, electrons and neutrinos are leptons. And so for the purpose of scale, the lepton number of 1 is assigned to both the electron and the neutrino, and the negative 1 to the, well, antineutrino and the positron. Please note that the positron is -1. Anyway, what we're talking about is an extension of electron fixation, as was put forward by Richard Feynman, who was a famous scientist. And he did work for NASA, but he noticed that he could put the energy of the universe into a thimble. And to demonstrate that, he said that if 2 persons stood at arm's length from each other and each person had more electrons than protons, the force of repulsion between them would be enough to lift the weight equal to that of the entire Earth. Imagine that. And then Yuichiro Nambu, who wrote in the theory of positrons, said that there's no such thing as creation and annihilation of pairs, but only a change of direction of moving particles. So the change of direction, as we've discussed, is the charge, and the creation and annihilation involves pairs. And so this was an explanation of going from the past to the future, or from the future to the past. Well, where we are, we're in the present. We're discussing the y-axis transition. So somehow, when we're looking at this transition, we have this vertical wave transportation method. And in the y-axis, things go up and down. So isn't it interesting that when we look at these quarks, and fundamentally a proton, we have up and down quarks. And 2 up quarks and 1 down quarks equals 1 proton. Now, a neutron is equal to 1 up quark and 2 down quarks. And then they talk about the color. And of course, this is a visible light, so quarks are not visible. But they're using the primary colors here, which collectively are the fundamental lights emitted on your television screens. And the combination of those 3 colors gives you the white color. But what's interesting is that the 2 up quarks are of different colors. Well, why is that? And how do you know which one's blue and which one's red? And how do you know which one's up and which one's down? The only way that you can do that is if you're working in Earth space. So when we look at the perspective of hydrogen, we see what the color means. There's a blue shift to a red shift. And at the same time, we see there's a shift from alkalinity to acidity, which represents a shift from healthy to unhealthy. So we call this change susceptibility, and it goes from gravitational to magnetical. And we did say it's a two-way street, so understand that it can go from magnetic to gravitational as well. Also, if you take the pH density of acidity and alkalinity, those totals 14. Now we find that the acid is oily and the alkaline is wet. So gravity itself seeks density. So remember, the up quarks are the least dense. Oxygen, and of course, is more dense than hydrogen. And we understand that the water splitting also always totals 14. So when we look at the cups of life, the thing is that we had a nanocoating, which was monatomic, and we had the atomic structure of the copper wires. And obviously we had the water and the sodium hydroxide, and we created GANs, which came from the inner space energy fields. And so what we've seen was that we have different energy states. We had the matter state, we had the nano state, and we had the GAN state. And the GAN state and the nano state are higher. So maybe this is how we go up. We went up once for the nano state and up again for the GAN state. And then maybe we go down for the physical state. Just saying. But these were not the cups of the pandemic. These were the cups of life. Well, it just happens to be what we're talking about is life. And so we had this Gans, which was part of the radiance manifestation of all the energy coming into this cup. And so for us is to understand, how do we get this radiance manifestation? Where does it come from? And what is the fundamental matter state of the CO2 GANs and the calcium GANs and the zinc and copper GANs? And then we find the amino acid GANs and the water GANs. And we find that the water and the amino acid are polar opposites. And then we find that there's an emotional cup and a physical cup. So by just changing some of the components there, we create the nature of the cup, but still we produce the GANs. So the energy created to produce the GANs came from some mystical place, unaccounted for. And in fact, not only was hydrogen our gravitational confirmation, but we have an entire periodic table of elements, and each of them can combine the details of the Earth space range. And the number that is reflected on this periodic table of elements is a proton. So we look at the carbon and it has 6 protons. But nitrogen has 7, oxygen has 8. And so the number of protons is increasing. There's no accounting for that. So where does the basic DNA come in? And we have to re-examine this. And we've discussed this before several times. So we find that the carbon is part of the sugar phosphate backbone of the DNA. And in addition to that, you have your hydrogen, you have your oxygen, which are the 2 basic components of water, obviously. And then you have your phosphorus. So the backbone is the carbon in the sugar phosphate backbone. And you see that it forms a star formation. Or it's also commonly referred to as a tetrahedron, where you have the phosphorus at the center and the oxygen is on the points outside. And these points outside are referred to mathematically. And so we constantly refer to Dino Kraspedon, this mathematical wizard from Brazil. And we see that in conclusion, actually, we are just mathematical residue, aren't we? Because God itself is a set of mutually perpendicular lines of force oscillating upon themselves. From a magnetical and mathematical perspective, that would be true. And so when we're looking at the structure of the basic cube, we can see that we have the 3 dimensions, the X, Y, and Z axis. But the points themselves have perpendicular corners. And how do we navigate? And why do we navigate? And what does it mean exactly? And so we see that we can't navigate the same path. We have to have different paths. And so those paths are outlined. And so either we have a path link, which is part of engagement, or we don't have a path link, which is disengagement. And that's the opposite. It just, you have to know that you can't have an undisengagement. That's not possible. It's like having on and off. So when we look at the quarks and we see that they come in, there are 6 of them, and they come in pairs. There's up, top, and charm quarks, and the corresponding pair to the up quark is a down quark. And then you look at the top quark and you see that the corresponding pair is a bottom. That kind of makes sense. And then things get a little strange. But that's okay. So what you end up is with 3 pairs. This is a significant number. This is a significant combination. Because it's similar to the transition of how we see RNA transcription, which takes us from unconsciousness to this karmic carry forward. And then we get this RNA and DNA interaction. And so we see how it affects our genes. But when we're talking about gene therapy and gene modification, which is really a form of gene mutilation, we find that these are all physical. And the plasma science can therefore facilitate restoration of the original RNA and DNA interaction. So what is the role of the RNA and DNA interaction then? And how does that work? Well, if they are a blueprint, then they are a blueprint for the construction. And as we know in construction, we have to have 3 dimensions, and then we have to have energy to build. And so the building block is glucose, which is part of our food. That's what we're using to convert. And we convert the glucose to fructose, which is the sugar energy that we need. And this is the factory that we have in our digestive system to do this conversion. And we call that conversion phosphorylation. And so what that means is that when we go into looking at the cube form, and if we rotate it slightly, we see that it's hexagonal, actually. Hexagonal or cubic is basically the same thing. It all depends on your point of view, but the phosphorylation happens at the points. So the path follows from point to point. But when those points change, then the energy changes. Because we're no longer going from point to point in the structure of the glucose, but point to point in the structure of the fructose. And in that process, we create this adenosine triphosphate, which again looks like a star formation. So adenosine triphosphate is the currency of life in biology. And mathematically speaking, the adenosine triphosphate for short is ATP, and there are 36 ATP produced from one glucose molecule. Well, that's a pretty good investment. You put one molecule and you get 36 ATP molecules. What a deal. That is the natural way of producing things. However, it depends on our environment, and that environment we call the cytochrome environment. And it's naturally based on an aerobic basis. So when we say aerobic, that involves oxygen. But when we say anaerobic, that is deprived of oxygen. So the method of ATP production is altered, and it's not as efficient. In fact, there's a significant reduction from 36 ATP for one glucose molecule down to 26 ATP for one glucose molecule. That is a significant discount. And that discount is quite heavy. And it's all part of the Krebs cycle. The Krebs cycle, which we've only learned within our lifetime. And so what it talks about is the production of ATP at 3 different energy levels, the cytochrome A, B, and C. And in each one, we produce 12 ATP for a total of 36 ATP. It's within a range. It's not a precise number, but it's all part of a healthy cell conditioning. And so we seem to have this flaw in the middle one, where we create this unhealthy cell conditioning, and the penalty is quite severe. We're down to 26 ATP. And so this sequencing remains. But if the environment changes, in other words, if we're changing the pH of the environment, what we call the terrain, then we move to an unhealthy state, and this is the penalty that we face. But when we talk about the DNA, there's a problem. And that is that we have a cellular DNA, and the DNA is the same in every cell. But I happen to have a left thumb and a right thumb. I have a left foot and a right foot. And the DNA is the same in both. So the differentiating factor is not the DNA. And furthermore, the mitochondria within the cells that produce the ATP have a different DNA. And the vertical people, the plants, they have a different DNA. And the horizontal people, talk about the animals, they have a different DNA. In fact, each and every one of us has a different DNA because that's what makes us unique. So we can take a DNA fingerprint, just like we can take the hydrogen spectrum fingerprint. And so we find this basic DNA is constructed of codons. And these codons are things that come in pairs. And we see the G, C, A, and T in these pairs. And the thing is that these pairs may repeat themselves. Well, if they repeat themselves, just like the up quarks, how do I know which one is red and which one's blue? How can I differentiate between the two? It's nice to say that, well, I have one pair of adenine and thymine, and then I have another pair of adenine and thymine. They're not the same pair. Or are they? And what is different? Well, they're not in the same position. One has to accommodate the other. So when we look at these codons, this explains what we talked about in the past, the I Ching. And this is constructed of 64 codons, and there's a pattern. And the thing about these 64 codons, it's the same number that we have for the DNA. And what's interesting, of course, is that this knowledge goes back thousands of years. And of course, the DNA goes back also thousands of years because our history does as well. So our DNA is part of our physicality. But the thing is, the DNA has billions and billions and billions of combinations. So how can all of these combinations come from this simple 64 codon set? Because that's what it represents. And so if we look at these codons and we look at the relationship between Dino Kraspedon's mathematics, and we see that in one set of codons, if we have on the left, we have 3 pairs. 3 pairs meaning 6 solid bars. And on the right-hand side, we have 3 pairs, meaning 6 broken bars. And so the combination of these, and how do we get to 64? And so if we look at the 3 dimensions, we find that there are different dimensions, different pathways, but they're actually really only one dimension, the physical dimension. So if we look at the I Ching and we see how do we get these pairs? And so they come in the combination, a pair of bars, a pair that constitutes a straight bar and broken bar, and another set of a broken bar and a straight bar, but opposite, and then a pair of broken bars. So there are 4 pairs. Well, that's kind of neat. But if we put 3 sets of 4 pairs together, then we come up with the way the I Ching is formatted. Well, how do we get, now we have 4, 8, 12. Well, how do 12 become 64? And so when we look at, mathematically speaking, what they call 4 factorial, that is 4 times 4 times 4, that equals 64 codons. So the variety of possibilities that you get from the combination of 3 pairs from 4 sets, you get 64 possibilities. So the I Ching and the DNA seem to have the same blueprint. Now, if we do the same thing with the quarks, and so here we have a set of 4 pairs of up quarks, right? The up quarks, 2 up and 1 down, creates the proton. But what about the top and bottom? How about another set of 4 pairs? And then how about we add the charm and strange quarks? And so if we combine these 3 sets of 4 pairs the same way, we will also get 64 combinations. If the DNA is the blueprint, and if the I Ching is the blueprint, then really the quarks are the blueprint as well. And that's where the problem comes in, because the combination comes together from the cytosine, thymine, adenine, and guanine, and they create this nucleic acid. And you choose from a set of 4, and you select them in pairs. And there are billions of possibilities. But you only have 64 codons, and that's where the limiting comes in and facilitates the well-organized nature of our DNA. And that sequence is based on the initiator. Once the initiator is determined, in other words, the convergence of the 2 PM ticks, the rest follow. And that is mandatory. This is an important point because there are a lot of people who fear the plasma science because it's going to be very disruptive. No, it's going to be very, very well organized. You see, because we understand that in the process of coming together of the various codons, that there's going to be repetition. So, is the one the same as the other? Is the red up quark and the blue up quark the same? Well, they are the same, they repeat, but they're not in the same position. So there has to be an accommodation for this repetition of codon selection. And if we're successful in doing this accommodation, then we would have a peaceful repositioning. And if there's a failure in providing this accommodation, then this is why there's an elimination of what they call useless eaters. So how does that affect our soul? Well, the three dimensions of the soul involve the emotion and the physicality of the soul of man. And the physicality of the soul of man is not the same as the physicality of the soul of the body. And the emotion of the soul of man and the soul of the body are not the same. But they do work together in pairs. And so the soul positioning is working with the higher energy of the soul of man, affecting the lower energy of the soul of the body, and then putting that together in a magnetical and gravitational polar orientation through the process of inertia manifest in the physicality on this planet, the same way that the earth was created, and the same way that the sun was created, and the same way that the solar system was created. The magnetical gravitational relationship and the inertia fields that follow. And each of us has a unique system. So the method is the same, but each of us is unique. And the reason for it is not the 64 codons, but the path to get here. And so each of us takes a different path. And so when we're talking about these interesting subjects, a whole science of unraveling the DNA and the RNA and all these things, it becomes a very important topic. And the reason for it is because we've just come out of the pandemic, and there are lots and lots of questions. And so when we look at the transition and the transition dimension, there's no accountability. We see that we have our lowest transmission state, we have our nano state, and we have our GAN state, and we have our plasma state. But where exactly on the pH scale are we? And what determines that? And so this y-axis transmission comes from this y-axis transition. And it's not the same, is it? It can't possibly be the same. Why would it be the same to create a neutral and the same to create a range from 9 to 5? 9 and 5 being 14, 7 and 7 being 14. And so when we look at the range between 5 and 6, we find that within the 5, we are on that staircase And everywhere on that staircase, we are within the pH of 5. We don't change. We have all the 3 dimensions of physicality that keep us there. However, at some point, we go from 5 to 6. So somehow, depending on the direction, if we go to the top of the stairs, we have to go up. And if we go to the next pH, we have to go up. And to get there, we're going to have to go down to the bottom of the next staircase. And so we're going to manifest in our physicality. And if we do it on one side, we have to do it on the other side. And so here comes the problem. When we're looking at the quarks, we are only seeing the up and down quarks, but we can't see them anyway. We're only taking them into account, and we can't explain where exactly on the pH scale it is. We cannot identify the y-axis transition dimension. But everything that we have is a form artifact. And that form artifact is a result of a blueprint. And so we've just said that the blueprint is our physical reality. And in that physical reality, we can also have motion. So somehow we can move from one side to the other side. We can move from pH to pH. But the balance of power sits elsewhere. So the pH of perspective says that things can be near or things can be far. And when they're near, they're more intense. And they're in the blue shift range. Very stable, very complex. That would be the source. And of course, in terms of mass, it has more. So therefore, it's gravitational. But when we look at the conservation of quarks, we find we have initial potential energy and a final kinetic energy. And that's an incomplete formula. It's not balanced. The transition is unspecified. And the initial kinetic energy and the final potential energy is not accounted for. In fact, the quarks don't include electrons. And the electrons are the magnetical side of the atomic structure. So there is no magnetical side in the quarks. It's missing. So therefore, the quarks are really not part of the creation. They're just another part of the 64 codon blueprint. And so you can throw that in the pH scale of quarks. And we see that the up and down quarks are very low in mass. And the charm and strange quarks have a high mass. But there's no accounting for any part within that range. None whatsoever. So when we look at the plasma shift and we see how we can go from each energy state, we cross through an energy transfer state. And that energy transfer state is different in different states. So from the plasma state to the physical state, there's an interactive energy transfer state. But we know that we can do a transfer state between the GANs, the nano, and then the matter state. But when we get into the physicality, we have to follow a blueprint. We have to follow a path. And that is our DNA. And so we see that the discussion on quarks very interesting. Discussion on the I Ching, very interesting. And the discussion on the DNA, very interesting. But it doesn't explain why I have a left thumb and a right thumb, because the blueprint is the same in both. And so this has been a great answer for me personally, because it explains to me the gravitational conformation of all the things on the periodic table of elements. And so we see that the fundamental particle that we call oxygen has a specific spectrum that is different from the hydrogen, but the oxygen has a special characteristic. It's magnetical characteristic, and it's very gravitational. So when we look at the physicality, what we see is the feedback summary, which we look at sound, light, heat, and pressure, and luster, and superficiality, and how we contain all these laminar layers, and doesn't explain the x-axis transmission dimension transition, but we have this dominance of man-made range deviation, where the conscious awareness overrides the unconscious awareness. The y-axis transition dimension is exposed. The quarks, the I Ching, the DNA become the polar y-axis transition form artifact. The form artifact, you as an archaeologist would excavate a historical site and find a form artifact, and then you would try and deduce what happened then. So somehow we see that there's in this universe a transmission spectrum of everything that is a non-visible viral spectrum, because there's a transition of the visible transmission spectrums. That is to say, a spectrum to spectrum susceptibility. And it revolves around the range of superficiality on the surface and the substance of the internal composition, which is the plasma substrate. The superficiality is strictly physical, and that becomes the point of containment. But it can be a point of containment on anywhere within the range of the gravitational and magnetical spectrum. But here we are, understanding that there's also one step beyond, whether it's on the gravitational side or the magnetical side. So are we one up or two up, or one down and two down, and I don't know what's going on. But we see that the y-axis transition dimension is really a communication antenna, and you have to stay within the range transition. So we have to release the binding energy before we can retrieve the beneficial energy. The field release precedes the field capture, if you think of the creator and the energy that he gives. The giving precedes the taking, and the emission precedes the absorption. And there's no motion, and it cannot exist without coexistence, because motion is a product of existence. Motion and coexistence reside in both matter states. There's the physical dominant and the plasma dominant. And tuning them allows us to stay in what we call the range transition by nearness and proximity, and not distance. It's nothing to do with the distance. The y-axis transition dimension is not involve man-space centric point of view, nor is it an Earth space centric point of view. Not even the sun space dimension. The containment is dimension centric. You need those three dimensions. And the proximity is dimension centric. And the nature of pressure is dimension centric. So the three transmission dimensions. but overriding is a message, and how is that message contained? And it all depends on the accommodation, which transmission dimension, folding deviation are we talking about? And what causes this folding deviation? The quarks, the I Ching, and the DNA are simply blueprints for energy transfer state. Energy transfer to matter state in an undifferentiated state. Our reality dimension is differentiated. And so we get to choose the target between the dematerialization and the materialization process, between the gravitational and magnetical field forces, those that take us from the gravitational force field of Earth space to the magnetical force fields of some other space, as we're targeting outer space and that place somewhere else. So when we're looking at the matter plasma dimensions, we have to understand that there are physical states which are gravitational because we can see it and we can touch it. And then there are plasmatic states which we can't see and can't touch. And yet somehow the quarks are commonly visible, because man is feedback dominant. We're ignoring the message feeding and the feedback manifestation that is tuning into our antenna that has a transmission tuning transition, where you select one and is balanced by the forced selection of another. The resulting selections feed manifestation. The selecting manifestation is predetermined. And we can do that by choosing the peace dome of intention. So the range transition affects standard folding deviation. And the y-axis transition balance is to and from the peace dome. So when we're looking at the plasma balance, the knowledge and wisdom can give you a deeper insight, but the experience will change a man's perspective. And misconduct becomes harder to rationalize. The pH balance becomes a polar balance. So the Magrav condition and the pH of the Magrav condition has many points. And our planet, it basically is a neutral 7 because it's the blue planet. And when you look at the layers of energy coming out of the North Pole, there are many points on that polar scale. And remember, there are 2 poles. The pH of peace is the same way. There are many points on the dove. And now we are going into the next level, the transmutation test starting for the next 4 months. Hang on to your seats, folks. And see if you can join or get someone to join the Keshe Space Plasma research teams so that we can advance the science and bring peace on Earth. Because we're in the post-March 15, 2024 era of making choices. We have a new selection process, and we still can't find it between that bountiful space and that transmutation space that gives us the greater oneness to transcend the limitations of nuclear science. And that's what we've done today, because we're doing the intermediate transition. And we've been teaching for 543 weeks in a row via the Knowledge Seekers workshops. That's over 10 years. We've been teaching it publicly. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science. So we're welcoming all the beautiful knowledge seekers learning about the new selection process of the new plasma science. The World Peace Treaty is fundamental. Sign it. Sign it with a pen. Sign it with your soul. and sign it meaningfully. Because man is the reactor of a three-dimensional universe. And can you find heaven through this field transition? Can man go into outer space without a peace dome? Very hard. We have to mind the transition dimensions of truth and staying with the standard deviation range of beauty. And we have to account for the quirks in the codon selection, because those become the physical transmission dimensions. And the plasma science needs to be delivered daily via the Peace Dome in exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the new outer space age. I hope you enjoyed this session. This is the end of the lesson. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Alex. Although some of this sounded a little quirky to me, but maybe we can get into that a bit. But we do appreciate you bringing in new understandings and new dimensions. And it's almost like our structure was built to be played with, but we've never had the knowledge or been able to open it up. A few have, but now we're seeing it's opening up to all possibilities, this energy of the entity, so to speak. So thank you very much. Let's open it up to the participants and see if they have any questions. One of my thoughts was, Gail, and we all know that the plasma has the principal matter, transitional matter, and the matter state. But when we come to emotions, somebody feels the emotion of joy. We see tears running down their face. They're so happy. That would be, to me, a manifestation of the physicality of the emotion, but the emotion cannot be put into physicality. In other words, can we take the emotion of joy and put it into a box and hand it to someone in the physicality or in the matter state? Your mic is open. I'll mute it for you. So do emotions, and I know Mr. Keshe said there's no tangibility in emotions. We can see the result of an emotion, but does the emotion have a matter state component? If everything is a plasma, we would think by default it does, but yet emotions are really fields or energies. So can we can show the result of an emotion in the matter state, but can we actually put an emotion in a box and physically contain it? Does it have a matter state component to it?
Do you mean, is it tangible?
Yeah.
No. But it does have a matter state.
It has a matter state. Okay. Explain where, if we have the emotion of joy, where is the matter state of the joy?
I mean, if you're looking at your big toe or your hand or something, that's what we call physical. And if you're looking at the higher order, from the soul of the man, and then transition or emotion, they are generally non-tangible, but they each have matter, transition, and principle.
Right. So I'm looking for an example of the matter state of an emotion. We know the result, like hate or love, we can give, and but
you can laugh, but
right,
it's still
that is the result of the emotion of joy or laughter or whatever. But does it have a matter state component?
Yes.
Okay.
Just that you can't see it in the sense of the emotion, the intangible state of the soul of the man, the same thing. And then when you get down to the soul of physicality, and then you get to your emotion or transition level, and then the matter state.
Yeah, I'm just looking for an example of joy in the matter state. How would we show that or manifest that emotion in the matter state? Can we put it in a box and hand it to someone? I'm giving you a box of joy.
Well, you're assuming that everything put in the box is a matter state. That is the matter or solid of the matter. But when you have emotions of joy, which translates to maybe laughter, you know, that's still the matter state because you can actually see it and you can actually it in a way, but maybe the result of that emotions is the matter state.
Right, but the emotion, the pure emotion itself, does it have a tangibility? That was my question.
I mean, it's
Well,
feel.
Sorry, go ahead. The seasons, the 4 seasons are emotions of the earth. So when the moon is uh, moving the tides, that is the emotion of the moon. So if you're looking for something tangible, are you looking in the macro or the micro state? Because the tangibility for what you can grasp is maybe you're looking at it on the micro level, but on the macro level, you don't have the essence to grasp it. But whoever is on that level could actually grab it. So think of it like you have the universe and the super, what's the next level of the universe? I think universe. But what is happening here is actually happening there, but it's all relative.
Okay, any other answers?
So Mark,
yeah,
oh,
go ahead.
This is a very good question that you're asking. And I'm really glad that you only asked the one question this time. But anyway, seriously speaking, the emotion has dimensions. And it has a tangibility insofar as, you know, if you walk into the room and you're laughing, you know, people are going to feel that laughter and they may join you in that laughter without knowing the reason why you're laughing. And you could be laughing at something so silly, or you could be laughing at something that you can share with others, or in fact, you could be laughing at the others. So nobody really knows the reason for it. So in terms of tangibility, you can do it that way. But the point that I was trying to make today, and what was really disconcerting to me, was the notion of physicality and the structure of the atom and the impression that we have. How did they know about the 64 codons thousands of years ago when supposedly, you know, they were just graduating from being cave dwellers, let's say? It's, you know, it's a very generalized thing, but the thing is we have this high opinion of ourselves and our own technology here. So, you know, here we are trying to break down the DNA codons, and the iGene has done that all along. And then further, you know, we're trying to get these quarks to figure out how we create electrons and protons, which as we can see, we've gone right off the tracks with that. And it's been rubbished by the foundation. And you know, what is the basis of being able to do that? And by presenting it the way I've presented it, it shows that what we're trying to do is to confiscate the accreditation for that knowledge of the I Ching and maybe create a new kind of I Ching and call it advanced science, you know, quantum physics and quarks and string theory and all this stuff. The point of the matter is that that emotion that you ask about, there is no DNA structure of that emotion. You cannot intersect or what do they call that? Inject an emotion into the DNA string, into the blueprint, and put a emotional thing in the DNA so that you're laughing all the time, let's say. That's not the way it works. The emotion is an interaction. And so if there's an interaction, there have to be two fields. And so those interactions are not based on the DNA. They're based on something else. And this something else has been very elusive. And especially on the internet right now, the conversation is absolutely wild because we understand that the science itself has gone wild. And so there's a lot of scientists out there who are screaming at the potential disorganization when they themselves have been guilty of that disorganization. We were looking at the reorganization in a beautiful way, the same way the DNA was structured. And so the way we talk about science and the way we talk about the history of science, so the present-day science, the quark theories, and the historical science, the I Ching, these things are all basically blueprints, but these blueprints are created from something. And so imagine if you have a blueprint of a house, you can't open the door on the blueprint and walk in. You have to build the house from the blueprint. So the blueprint becomes the carrier of the knowledge to build the house. The motion becomes that knowledge. The emotion is carried forward on a 3 dimensions, which facilitates the transmission. That's the point. So whether there's motion or whether there's emotion or whether there's thought or transmutation, this is all done on some kind of basic transmission dimension. And you have to have all three, as we've seen in the Magravs state, the antimatter, dark matter, and plasma matter. On all three are components of the plasma substrate, which facilitates the physical manifestation. This is the new knowledge that we understand, and not only does it simplify everything greatly, but we also have to understand the correctness of everything that is going on, because until we understand the relationship of the magnetical gravitational force fields, then we're never going to understand anything, and we can't bring peace to this planet, because we won't be able to explain how we were born, and we won't be able to explain to things, how come we're laughing. If we're expressing an emotion of joy on the one hand, it would lead to conclude that there would be an expression of lack of joy on another hand. And if everything that you had was joyful, how would you know the difference? How would you say that you're feeling joyful if you didn't have a lack of joy? You say, well, I'm feeling joyful. Well, how do you know that? Well, you were joyful a minute ago. How can you say you're joyful now? I can't tell the difference. You were joyful before, and are you more joyful now? Can you be more joyful? Or can you give more love? You know, how much love, as the Georgia Peach will tell you, my husband loves me Cadillac. So, you know, that's not something that you can measure physically. It's a non-tangible thing. So my point is that there is a purpose in life, and we can achieve that purpose through the giving and taking of energy. And in that process of giving and taking, there is no garbage to throw away. So in other words, we're not giving the emotion of joy to penalize someone for the lack of joy, but we are giving the emotion of joy because it's something that we can share. It's an emission of who we are and what we are. And that joy will go to someone who needs it. And in exchange, we will continue to receive what we need. And if we need more joy, we will receive that as well. Because that's the way the energy is exchanged in the universe. It is unconditional. Great question, Mark. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think we're kind of like our cell phones in so many ways. You know, they say that most people only use about 1 or 2% of its capabilities, 3%, 5%, whatever, but most of us just stop there with it. I think this is the same with our own structure. We're not fully, we know this, but we're not fully utilizing most of its capabilities. Again, for feeding, wellness, traveling, and other things. So we have a lot to yet to open up on this structure that we have.
Well, I would like to qualify one thing in what you've said, though, there, Mark, because you know that has been a bone of contention all along. You know, they say we only use 15% of our brain. Well,
yeah,
you know, have veins, the rest of it is atrophying. You know, any muscle that you don't use or any part of your body you don't use, you lose. So the thing is that we are using it. That's why it hasn't atrophied. It's just that the way we describe things, we're looking at it from a physical dominant standpoint, and we refuse to look at the plasmatic standpoint. And this is the total problem that we're having, because as we continue to ignore the plasmatic standpoint, we continue the maladies that we have. We're not resolving the maladies. We're basically that energy binding formula of lying, cheating, stealing, killing, murdering, whether it's done through illegal practices or through a declaration of war. And then the unique strategy we have today, the legal murder without the declaration of war. But, you know, for some people that's acceptable. Well, not for the universal community and not for the rest of the universe, because that's not how the universe was created. So we are suffering with a diminished state and a diminished understanding of energy transfer. So we have to understand that there is a transition state, and we haven't figured out how do we move across that transition state. We know that it's there. There is a pH table. And so what basis do we have for choosing one or the other? And because if we choose one, where is the other? And just because we can't see it, then where is it? And this was the problem with the quarks, okay? Because the quarks identified protons and neutrons and totally discounted electrons. That is a blatant fail. you fail the exam, the scientific exam, right then and there, end of discussion.
Does this mean you don't want to say more?
No, I'm just saying that, you know, that book is closed. I couldn't understand, you know, where did this pork theory come from and what is it trying to accomplish? Because, you know, that there's thousands of trees have been sacrificed in the printing of books on this subject. And then, as my dad used to say, I feel sorry for the trees.
Okay, would someone else like, thank you, Alex. Would someone else like to join the conversation? I've been still trying to work out the pH where you have an 8 and the 6 is hidden. And I was thinking, is it like, and I know Mr. Keshe gave an example of a king and then he turned good, but yet at the same time, he can still manifest a nastiness or another aspect, almost like the way we could step over the bug or we could step on the bug. So is this in a way like that hidden value within the pH structure? And maybe you'd like to use that as an example where, again, we have the propensity or the ability to crush the bug, or we can step over the bug. Is that anything like this other aspect of the pH that's hidden within it, so to speak, that it could be brought out, or the king could revert back to his other behavior before, even though he's manifesting a good behavior, the other one is still there in a way in the background?
Well, so yes, I'm going to say yes to your question insofar as what do we take into account? So if we understand that the creator created everything, did he create anything bad? So who are you to say, well, you know, that bug is bad and I'm going to step on it? Well, this is the dilemma that we have, and it's hard to rationalize that particular aspect of it if we feel so powerful that we can crush the bug and kill it. What is the difference between that and the wholesale slaughter of soldiers on the battlefield? What is the difference? If it's all right to crush the bug, then it's all right to kill the soldier, isn't it? And this is the part that we don't understand. You know, we kind of say, well, that's within, you know, generally accepted practice, and that's not within generally accepted practice. But, you know, it's part of the learning curve. And if we can get to the point where, what do we care about the bug if we don't care about our own humanity?
I'm just saying these tendencies are still within the king. He doesn't have to manifest them, but this is what I was saying. I see a similarity in what you were talking about with the pH, that you have an 8, the 6 will bring it to 14, but it doesn't show itself.
Well, that's right. That's right. It doesn't show itself because we discount it. We only see the one side. And, you know, so what we're doing, whether we're whatever we're manifesting in the physicality, it comes from a source. And is that source a physical source? And since we can't see the source, then we discount it. But we have to recognize that, you know, with the law of conservation of energy, that there is equal and opposite force. And that there is a source, and that source could be on a different energy level. But if we find that, well, wait a second, on the one energy level, it's an order of magnitude higher than the other energy level, if it, just saying, then how does that balance out? And this is the knowledge that we have to understand, that our physical manifestation is a result of the interaction, which we call inertia, of the force fields of the soul of the man and the soul of the body. And yet, each of us is in a different location on this planet. So therefore, whatever caused us to manifest in that particular position was reflected by an equal and opposite reaction to make sure that we don't have a conflict that way, but rather repositioning facilitated by accommodation. So by stepping on the bug, you want that space, and that's how you accommodate it. But the thing is that that bug now, and the energy that was used to create that bug, has to become something else. And it will, because the soul of the bug and the soul of the physicality of the bug will manifest itself in a different energy form. And it will actually affect you detrimentally. But we can't get there to that sophistication, that beauty, to be cognizant and to be mindful of that, when something that has the energy potential of 18 Hiroshima bombs is dying at the rate of over 2,000 a day on the battlefield. And politicians who are charged with the responsibility are negligent in the responsibility to stop that, and in fact doing a lot of things to promote that. So where is the will? And that will, if it is not taking into account that opposite energy flow, seems to say that, well, there are no consequences. Well, there are consequences, but they're wrapped up in a delay. And it's that delay in consequences that we use as abuse. And so the malady on this planet is this abuse, one way or the other. And that abuse then becomes the transmission dimension. And everything that we carry along that transmission dimension is the message. And that message is one of deficiency. It's one of unhappiness, in one of annihilation. It's not the way the universal community operates, and that's one of the reasons we've been ostracized from the universal community. And did we know that? Well, we have to know that, because the one thing that you cannot be segregated from is the fact that you were born. And I keep insisting on that, because you were born by a set of rules and then operate as an adult by a different set of rules. And that is really a ridiculous notion if you give any thought to that.
I think our souls know it, but not the soul of physicality, because this is the way we operate here. Why would it be any different in the universe?
Precisely.
We take what we want, we kill what we want, we put creatures in our refrigerator, so nobody's stopping us. It's not illegal. I mean, unless you take another person's life in so many ways. But I think our soul understands that, but not the physicality dimension. We think we're going to go out into the universe and behave the exact same way we're behaving here, and it won't work. But most have not gotten that understanding. And as you said, this is why we're quarantined in a way, or put in that garden till we start to behave better.
Yeah, and then this becomes a dilemma as part of the transmutation training process too, because, you know, to successfully transmute, you know, you have to graduate to the level to be able to take those things into account. And one of the things that we all have to understand is the fortunate situation where nothing that you've ever done either qualifies you or disqualifies you from anything in the future. So the whole purpose of life is for learning. And you know, in some ways we have to understand that if the learning is painful for us, and we inflict that pain on someone else, well, that learning is painful for them as well. And it isn't just we're inflicting pain on someone else by killing them. We're inflicting pain on ourselves as well. And this is why we see PTSD as such a problem for big, brave men who were in the war with all the modern equipment and survived, and then come home and look in their bank account and saying, well, this was my trade-off. I traded my soul for the digits in my bank account, and it doesn't erase the hurtfulness to the emotion. And again, this goes back to your first question on emotion. Well, so we have to understand that the emotion is the language of the souls, just like words are the language of our physicality. Back to you.
Anyone else want to come in with a thought, an exception, an addition to the knowledge? Please open your mic. So if we're still eating and killing other entities, would we be able to transmute? In other words, if you're doing one, you can't do the other? How do you think that will shake out? Because obviously we're still eating other entities to gain their energy, but at the same time, as Takesh is talking about, being able to move the physicality, at least on this planet. And maybe that's where, if we go into this space, we'll have to be totally free of that. Or any thoughts on that? Anyone, not just Alex. Are they mutually exclusive? In other words, if you're doing one, you can't do the other. Or if you're doing one, you still can do the other.
I ask myself that question every day. And I just cannot find a suitable answer.
No question. No problem.
No, I'm just saying that this is a personal dilemma.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Anyone else want to do it? Or answer that, or add your understanding? Would that limit us from transmuting on this planet? It doesn't sound like it would. Now, how are you seeing this idea of seeing physical light or seeing light in the dimension of the soul energy and enlightenment? So are we looking for a physical light, or are we looking to see the light in the dimension of the soul? And actually, we're really looking for enlightenment and not so much a physical light. Anyone want to address that? Keep saying, try to see the light.
I had a problem when I first learned about this type of science, which we now would call the plasma science. And the problem was, of course, the speed of light being the limitation. And And so I've successfully navigated past that. The thing is that I didn't understand that there was a difference between the physical light, the spirit light, and the soul light. Spirit light being the soul of the physicality. And in order to understand that, I had to understand that there was a spirit and there was a soul, but I didn't understand the difference until I joined the Keshe Foundation. And really it was very frustrating because all my life, I'm looking for this position for the soul, and do I have a soul? And if I do, well, where is it? And you kind of reach out your hand and kind of wave it over your head, and it's out there somewhere. It's in the other place, wherever. But once we found that, according to the plasma teaching, that it's within the physicality of the head, and as we worked that out, it not only made sense, but it began to answer numerous questions, and it's allowed us to sort out the physical knowledge that we have learned. And so it really has brought the two communities together, the scientific physical community and the scientific spiritual community. It really has done a tremendous service in that regard. And where I have personally, and so this is my own personal viewpoint here, where I've been personally coming to grips with the new knowledge, is that I found that a lot of this knowledge has been bound up as a physical energy binding within my physicality in order to support that knowledge. And as the new discoveries are coming out and as the science is moving forward, I don't have to retain those anymore. So there's a release of binding energy. Well, that release of binding energy has manifested itself into rashes and bumps and strange feelings. And some of them don't last more than, say, half a day. Some of them last a little bit longer because some of them open the floodgates, if you will. And by releasing the binding energy that retains the floodgate, it releases the binding energy that's behind the floodgate, if you will. And so that's an ongoing process of detoxification. And I've become aware of it, and I understand that process, and I watch for it now. And then I've tried to accommodate it and change my perspective on life and how I conduct myself. And the dividends have been excellent. I'm very, very gratified with what I've seen, because it exonerates the decision, if you will. And we need that. We need the physical confirmation, the gravitational confirmation, to know that we're on the right path. So there are many mileposts along the way which say, yes, you're on the right path. And some of them are physical, and many of them are plasmatic. And the ones that were plasmatic that I didn't understand have now been manifesting themselves, and I'm starting to realize what they are. So if we're looking at the speed of light being faster than the physical speed of light, then your question is the spirit light visible? And so I would directly answer your question, because this is a dilemma for me right now. I would directly answer your question and say yes, because we know that the aura is visible. And so the spirit light would be a manifestation of the aura. And if we could see that light, then would you see that light from within, or would you have to be on the outside looking back? And if you were on the outside looking back, then you've already, shall we say, achieved a certain level of transmutation within a very close proximity. So let's say within your own immediate field of reference, not a full-blown transmutation like going from the location you're at to another location, whether it be on this planet or in another planet, but just, within the nearness. And a lot of people have a near body, what they call a near-death experience and an out-of-body experience. That's basically what happens. They pull up out of their body and they look at themselves as they're sleeping. And the telltale sign of this is that picture is different from when you look in the mirror. And the reason for that is because you're looking at yourself the way other people see you. Whereas when you look at a mirror and you see yourself as a reflection, and if you're not symmetrical, and let's say if you part your hair on the left, and when you're looking at yourself, then you be parting your hair on the right. And you say, well, that's not me. I part my hair the other way. But that's the difference. And that's how you can tell, if you're kind of, shall we say, looking at yourself. And if you are looking at yourself, then you can see yourself. The second point I want to make is that just because you close your eyelids doesn't mean that you can't see. So we know that the aura can come in colors, and so there is a difference with respect to that color and how it's manifested. So in other words, there's a difference in the physical manifestation of color and the plasmatic manifestation of color. And that's a subject that I'm planning on talking about in a lot more detail later on. But the question comes down to, what about the color of the light coming from the creator? Now, isn't that a good question? Because what would that color represent? And would that color be a color that's within our color spectrum? And I think not. The reference has been made in previous knowledge seekers workshops that there are colors that we don't have the capability of seeing with our current physicality. So the answer would be that we could see colors if we had the equipment, shall we say, to see those colors. Not having the equipment doesn't mean the color doesn't exist, if you understand what I'm saying.
Sure.
So we live in a very strange world where we can see the somatidine in biology with a somatoscope, and yet that thing is illegal, which is as if we don't have the technology then. And so the reason the somatoscope is claimed to be illegal is because the image is created from the amalgamation of two different light sources and how they come together. Now, where do we see a similarity of this? Right now, we see in the total collapse of the semiconductor industry in the United States, because the advanced science that has achieved advanced semiconductors is forbidden from being sold into the largest market in the world, the Chinese market. And so the difference between having advanced technology and not being able to use it, and not having advanced technology, is zero. The net effect is zero. And you might as well not have it. You either have it and use it, or you don't have it and lose it. And this is the fallacy. What kind of logic do we have with the promotion of advancing technology and then denying the practical application of it? I'm having trouble with that concept. And so, you know, we can't overcome that weak concept, and yet we want to understand how we can see the light from the creator. This is the divergence of attention that we're having on this planet. So the understanding comes that if we could see the light from the creator, in other words, using the equipment that we have failed to recognize, to see that light. And as gentleman Raoul said, and I think Ike also said, that becomes a constituent of the mind light in the mind's eye. That's where the equipment lies. And if in the mind's eye that you can see that, then we have to understand the advanced science and how that manifests. The key to understanding it is the manifestation of the inertia field that comes from the interaction of two plasma fields. Back to you, Mark.
Thank you, Alex. Anyone else want to bring a question in? Even if you think it's not appropriate or sounds like you don't know what you're talking about, or maybe you do, feel free to open it. Okay, Alex, you spent a lot of time talking about quarks or up quarks, down quarks. Is this all part of the quantum physics?
Yeah.
Okay, and Mr. Keshe, what did he say about quantum physics? It was a fancy way of co-opting the plasma technology to make it sound like it's something different or make it sound like it's something new. When he said it was really in a way, a plasma technology, but hidden to make it look like it's something else. Yeah.
Well, the ultimate failing of the quantum physics is the Big Bang theory, isn't it? And I've always said the Big Bang is the jaws hitting the desk, you know, of shock when they find out
the truth.
Truth. Yeah. Yeah, it's like oh no, that's just I was going to say a joke, but I don't think it's appropriate.
Yeah, okay. And again, these what he says about the quarks is what are they made of? And it seems like science wants to stop at that particular point, matter state, particles, and the rest of this. But they don't want to go any further because this would open up a whole new understanding for everyone about these energy fields or the energy between the electron and proton and the rest of it. So they always seem to want to hold off in the particle level, the matter state, but not wanting science to go much further in explaining what these particles are actually made of, which we know they're magnetic and gravitational fields. And when we say the magnetical field, Alex, now sometimes we might be just referring to a magnetical field, but most of the time when Mr. Keshe refers to magnetic fields, isn't he referring to magnetical and gravitational plasmatic fields?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what was shocking to me is that basically we caught them with the hand in the cookie jar, you know, because the electron is missing from the quarks.
I thought you mentioned something about an electron.
Yeah, it's you know, it's
I thought it was part of the one of your backgrounds had something, or you mentioned something about electrons, or was it a missing electron that I missed?
all commonly observable matter is composed of up quarks, down quarks, and
And
electrons.
electrons, okay.
So
So it's not missing the electron, is it?
yeah, it's completely missing the electron because a hadron is a combination of quarks. And that is of which they're only acknowledging protons and neutrons. Look, to get to the quark level, you have to segregate the electron from the atom.
It is hard to teach an old horse new tricks, as they say, or is it a dog? But I think it's a willful stifling of advancement in science. Let's hold it here, fellas, and create a dam, and we won't go much further. And anyone who goes outside of that, it's not a peer review accepted theory or science
Yeah,
whatsoever.
but look what's even beyond question marks.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, this is well, this is ridiculous. That's what it is, you know. And it's just the blueprint of the if you're going down the wrong path, this is the map that you were using.
Right. And you better stay with it. Otherwise, you'll be outside the bounds of accepted science.
And I was just, when I was reading the book, it says that the quark kind of stopped as being the basic, but it's not. It's the magnetic field energy, magnetic fields that are the fundamental particles. So the quark didn't go far enough.
Right. He said he would teach on this in the future, these lower energies, let's say, or smaller energies, if we could look at it like that, that this would come in the pico and some of the other sort of understandings, but that would be done in the future time. So there's still plenty to open up about this full understanding and gaining the totality.
Well, we had to discuss that today because there are. Let me just bring up the coming schedule. So we have to understand. Next week we'll be talking about the Eagle's Gift, and then after that we'll be talking about the uncuts. And there is a pattern.
You mean there's a method to your teaching?
Believe it or not.
Very good. Any other thoughts anyone want to bring? Understanding? Anything else anyone wants to share about their session? Perhaps you've been wanting to say something, but didn't think it was the appropriate time. Feel free to share it with the others. It may open something up for them. Sometimes we think that way, and I do the same. I think I should say something, and then a day or a week later, I hear somebody saying exactly what I should have said a week ago.
Well, I want to thank everybody for allowing me to make these presentations, and I hope you're enjoying them. So look forward to seeing you all next week on this.
Okay, very good.
And thank you for your beautiful aspect of the I Ching. I always wondered. It's amazing.
It is amazing, you know, and that knowledge has been around for thousands of years, and yet no one stepped forward to explain that. That's amazing.
Okay, I'm going to take the screen, Alex.
Thank you very much, Mark.
Thank you. And we keep on keeping on, because I
So
don't
we
think
have to,
we haven't unraveled most of this yet, but it's going to come. It's all coming.
so we
Let me
have to
just
ask the,
go ahead,
oh,
Randy,
sorry, Mark.
please. No, go ahead.
So we have to ask the question,
Yes.
what was the consciousness like of the people when they did the I Ching to compare to what it is today? Who had more consciousness?
Well,
Who
it
has more consciousness?
reminds me of that Dogon tribe where they could see the something rotating around Sirius A or something, and there's no way, even with our most advanced telescopes, it was just developed. So they must have been operating in this energy dimension of the soul and interacting with knowledge, again, seeing the light and interacting with it, asking questions and getting answers.
Absolutely.
Yep. Yep. And again, when you go into space with that energy dimension, you won't be eating, I don't believe. So there'll be no killing and eating. I know he said you have to be careful about not taking an energy that has a soul in it, but the pure energies that haven't created a soul are open to the creator and everyone else, I think, that's traveling in that dimension. But we don't need to eat in that dimension.
But in the meantime, we have to give thanks to those souls.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, this is the two backgrounds we've been sort of closing with.
Is there another word
Go ahead.
for energy without soul? What is another word for it, Alex?
Please repeat. You broke up. But what is it without a soul?
Yeah, what is the another word for energy without soul? Is there another synonym for a word like that?
I don't think there is an energy without a soul.
Well, he said that there's energy without a soul. He alluded to that, Mr. Keshe.
We did watch a video on that, and he said if the energy has a soul, you're not to touch it, you're not to take it. This would be the same sort of way we're doing here on the planet. But this is what the creator feeds on, energy fields that haven't created a soul. So there's no killing involved in that, just pure fields or rays. We know that the rays make the fields make the plasma makes the physics, and a few of those create a chemistry, and then a biology, then a soul is created. But you can enjoy the pure fields that don't have a soul in them. But if it does have a soul, you're not to, you can interact, but you're not to consume that, I guess, my simple understanding of this.
Okay, I understand the question now, and your answer is excellent. Thanks, Mark.
Okay, may we all be proud of the work we do, and may we all be proud of the persons we are, and may we all be proud of the difference you make. And again, you can practice your shielding, practice your balancing, practice your calmness and creating peace within your structure just by applying the principle of the three wise men, which we all know. Easier said than done, but it creates a beautiful balanced field, I believe, and this is why it was hidden for so long, and that most of us have never practiced this. Or if we did, we just tried it for a little while and said, wow, I don't think I can do that, or it sort of just slipped from our memory in so many ways. But this is huge shielding, protection, wellness creation, and the rest of it, just by thinking, speaking, and acting good as much as you possibly can, and wherever appropriate. So always bring these three kings, keep them, or these three wise men, we should say, keep them close to you and apply them early and often, as we say. I'm going to play the Keep Keshe Foundation Free for Humanity, the final disclaimer, and the meeting will come to an end. Anyone else want to add anything? Thank you all for being here. Have an amazing rest of your day. We will see you in one of the upcoming meetings. Let's see, thanks and thanks. Gail says thanks, and thanks, Ike, from Alex. Thank you all. And yes, we're all carrying a very small corner of this very large carpet. So we're working together to bring the change. And again, achieving peace on this planet is only the beginning of the next step to interaction and traveling across the universe and interacting with the larger universal family, as we call it. So thank you all again for being here, supporting not only this meeting, but all the different meetings, because even though we're seeing different pieces of different language communities, they're really operating as one entity as I see it. So thank you all for sharing and being here and continuing to bring the peace. As Mr. Keshe said, it's not one anymore, it's all of us. Thank you all and have a great day. Let's start with the Keep Keshe Foundation Free for Humanity. Final disclaimer, the meeting will end.
Keep Keshe Foundation Free for Humanity. Become a trial volunteer. And Mr. Keshe is making every effort to keep Keshe Foundation free and independent, and out of control of the multinational corporations. Therefore, we need more knowledge seekers with certain health conditions to come forward and be part of the trials and test. It's different than volunteering for big corporations with huge budgets. For one thing, they pay you to put experimental drugs inside your body because you are taking a risk. With plasma science, it is totally opposite. You are working with plasma fields that cannot damage you, and usually your condition changes or goes away. But you have to pay for it because it's an act of love to help bring the change to humanity. Please, if you could consider volunteering for these trials, not only do you benefit, but you bring benefit to others.
This is the tooth of a child, and you can see it literally to the flesh. And this is very few weeks later. Where the tooth is literally recovering and growing. And when you see the changes are so fundamental. And this is what our doctors and dentists are achieving. This is a life of misery, pain, tooth extraction. And this is today, a few weeks later. And you walk away for all the problems. How far this will go? Will it become a complete tooth in the next 6 months, 12 months? And would we see the changes? Because if you're a dentist and if you're an ordinary man, you can understand the difference between the two. No chemicals, no medicine, nothing was used. The target of our dentists and doctors is to grow tooth where it has gone. It's been pulled out if it's possible. It's been the dream of the dentists. And using the new technology by them, I'm sure they will try. As you can see, the difference between the two is very clear. We see new bones, new structures, new colors appear. It's the same for us with the what we call the world of salinity. Can we create the condition? Would you like to change the screen, please? Right. Can we come to the point that with application of the remote, we can deliver directly, for example, to build a piece of wall of a heart of a baby the way we did with a tooth from thousands of kilometers away without open heart surgery? Can we rebuild part of a kidney which has been damaged in your dialysis machine? Can our doctors, with a new technology, remove kidney stone without any intervention? Do they need to change the salinity within a kidney for the stone to melt within a few sessions? And now you understand why we tell you, volunteer. Do you want me to go to multinationals and tie your hand with research? Or do you want to do it yourself and help the others and our doctors to understand? We are not in medical practices. We are in elevation of the soul, how the soul decides to change the what we call dimension within dimension of physicality. And secondly, all these trials is done by the doctors. We are providers of the knowledge. So, if you want to see if it works, if it can bring a new understanding for us, volunteer. And opposite to the other researchers or doctors and institutions where they go out and look for billions to pay scientists to find out, Keshe Foundation asks you to pay for, as volunteer, for us to learn our scientists to bring the new dimension.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.